Casino. Absolutely one of the finest poker facilities in the world, without a doubt.
Hello everyone and welcome to the World Poker Tour live stream. We are coming to you from bestbet Casino in Jacksonville, Florida for our final 6 of the March event here. bestbet Open. There's a shot of James Calderaro, a recent WPT champion who won our event down here last month in Florida, and this is his third final table on the WPT, all of which have come here in Florida. He's coming into this final table 2 out of 6. With around 1.3 million in chips. There is our chip leader, Nabil Hirezi, also known as Doc around here. He's got about 2.7 million in chips. He is a local dentist who is from the Jacksonville area, though was originally from Palestine, and is 59 years old, grew up in the USA and Kuwait. He's been a dentist for 22 years, playing poker for 7, and this is only his second WPT event that he has entered. Then we see a shot of Peter Lee. He is a 31-year-old, originally from Vietnam. He's a poker pro of 4 years now. He's been playing the game for about 7 years in total, but a professional for 4, and he's also played about 2 WPT events. His largest tournament cash leading up to this was $32,000 at Biloxi, and so he has the potential to make his by far largest tournament cash here today. And then a name that's familiar to many of our viewers, Faraz Jaka, with $542,000 going into this final table. Some of you will remember that Faraz was our WPT Player of the Year from 2009 to 2010. His largest tournament cash during that time was $780,000. I believe that was at the Bellagio Cup, certainly one of our Bellagio events that year. He is a popular and stylish player on the tour who's final tabled many major events, including the PCA, and he's a force to be reckoned with at this final table, despite his short stack. Behind him, we have Brian Green. He's from Arlington, Texas. He's 40 years old. He is a used car broker and has been doing that for 15 years, but has also been playing poker on the side for 10 years, where his largest tournament cash is $127,000, so he will have the opportunity to surpass his highest career achievement up until this point at our final table today. And then we see Jordan Christos. Many of you are aware that Jordan Christos won the Legend of Poker earlier this season and became a WPT champion. He won over $600,000 when he took down that title. Now, Jordan is the kind of guy who loves poker, loves to think about poker, loves to talk about poker. He's a musician as well in his spare time and has recorded a couple of albums with his band, but poker is truly his passion, and that's what he wants to show everybody here today at this final table, because he is a man who takes the game very seriously. So we are on a live feed here today. Normally we are broadcasting with a 30-minute delay, but today we are essentially doing this live, and so if you want to tweet at me or tweet at the feed, I am on Twitter at Bond, B-O-N-D _18, so we can interact throughout the course of this broadcast. Usually we have someone else in here doing the broadcast with me, but unfortunately nobody was available this time around, so it's just going to be us today. So the viewers are going to be doing the commentary with me in some regard, as I will be able to go back and forth with you on Twitter or whatever forms of social media you choose to contact me on. But we do have cards in the air here. We are playing 10,000, 20,000 with a 3K ante, as you can see in the top left there. And in our first hand, we have Peter opening the King 6, finding no takers, so he'll drag the first pot of this final table. Now, these guys were playing 90-minute levels leading up to the final table, but at it, they will be playing 60-minute levels, and then once they get down the heads up, they will be half-hour levels. So the players here are fairly deep stacked. Our chip leader at 2.7 million has got well over 100 big blinds, and even our short stacks are hanging around 25 blinds or so. So nobody at this final table is really at a point of being desperate by any means. Now here we see Peter, the pair of kings, first to act. He's got 1.1 million, so he's sitting with about 55 blinds. And there is Faraz behind him. Appears to have something he intends to play. And it looks like Faraz is going to raise it up. And he only started this hand with 536K. And he's 3-bet to 98,000. So a fairly small 3-bet in position from Faraz with a hand that we're currently uncertain about. But we know that Peter, with his pair of kings, is going to be giving him action. So in the event that Faraz has something he wants to go with, these cards are going to be turned over. Action. Back on Peter. Shuffling his chips. Not sure what he wants to do here. My guess is he's just going to put Faraz all in, considering the chip counts. As a very small re-raise. Kind of looks like the big hand that it is, though it's possible he decides to make it something like 200,000. But I think when the stacks start $500,000 deep, it's somewhat transparent to make the tiny re-raise as opposed to a shove. But really all options are available to you, and it does look like Peter is elected to make a small 4-bet here. He's made it 165, and some players do 4-bet with these stack sizes and then fold. So whether an all-in or a small 4-bet here is the better play is hard to say. And against Faraz, who is prone to getting his chips in pre-flop, and it looks like Faraz has moved all in for his 536,000. Now it appears that our graphics have made a mistake. Peter has got a pair of black aces, and it is Faraz Jaka with the pair of black kings. And so just 2 hands into this final table, Faraz Jaka finds himself all in with only 2 outs, and he has both his suits covered by the aces of Peter Lee. So now Faraz Jaka, just 2 hands into this final table, is going to need some serious help. Otherwise, he's going to be our 6th place finisher.
Jack of clubs, 9 of clubs, ace of diamonds.
Well, it's an ace, jack, 9, 2 club and a diamond flop, and so Faraz will need a running straight or running kings. Well, the jack of diamonds on the turn is going to end Faraz's tournament. It is full house for Peter Lee. Faraz, our 6th place finisher. I believe this is his 3rd, possibly 4th WPT final table here on the tour. And he is a very popular player, and as I said before, a very stylish player, as you can see there. One of the best dressed guys here at this final table, but unfortunately, a early cooler ends Faraz's day after just 2 hands. And Peter stacks a substantial pot right out of the gate, and that puts him about even with several other players near the 1 million mark now. He surpassed 1 million. And so our final table of 6 is quickly reduced to 5. These guys are still playing 10,000, 20,000 with a 3K ante.
There was no playback, was it?
I said they wouldn't mind not playback.
The boys at the table all having a good laugh about the fact that Faraz was only able to last 2 hands. Not a lot Faraz can do about that, of course. About as bad as a pre-flop cooler can get in Texas Hold'em. Brian here with a pair of 8s under the gun. He is our short stack, 438,000. He's going to raise it up.
Brian will raise 55,000.
He's going to 55,000, and so Brian electing to open almost a full 3x here. Although he's got the kind of hand that can be a little awkward to play post-flop at this stack size. So whether Brian typically elects to make a larger raise size or is simply altering the sizing based on the strength of his hand and size of his chip stack is uncertain, but we'll continue to watch this play and see whether we can read into his pre-flop raise sizes. So to give you guys an idea of what these 5 are playing for today, Faraz collected $38,241 for his 6th place finish. 5th is going to take home $47,000. 4th, $63,000. 3rd will take $86,000. 6 figures at 2nd, we're taking $133,764 home for 2nd place. And our first prize player and champion is going to get $206,000 plus his name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. Or in the case of James Calderaro or Jordan Christos, they'll just have a star placed next to their name as they're already on that cup. Plus, of course, there's a seat to the WPT Championship coming up in April at the Borgata. That's worth $15,400. That's going to be a re-entry event, and we are expecting big numbers for that one this year. With the change in location from the Bellagio to the Borgata, the reduction in buy-in fee from $25,000 to $15,000, and the alteration in timing, we've slid it up a little bit, was previously in May and now is in late April. Meanwhile, Jordan Christos, first to act, has raised a pair of 9s. He's got a call from James Calderaro with the ace-4 of hearts, who has flopped a backdoor flush draw, ace-high, and a gut shot to the 3, while Jordan has an overpair to the board. No player holds a club to the club flush draw on the flop. Now, Jordan typically does tend to take his time when he has a decision to make. He and I were conversing about that last night. He was saying that he likes to think over what he's doing every single decision, as he likes to ask himself, well, what if I were to take this route? What if I were to take that route? What if I were to take this lesser considered route? So he was methodical in his playing style, and a bet here of $82,000 leads to a call from Caldo. Turn is the Jack of Diamonds, putting an overcard to Christos' 9. Now he has the option of either betting or checking here. In the event he checks, I assume that he will be intending to check and call. So the Jack of Diamonds shouldn't really scare him with his 9s here, unless James has something like the Jack-10 of clubs or the Queen-Jack of clubs or Ace-Jack with a club. There's not a lot of reason to suspect that the Jack has hit his opponent, but I think most players in this situation elect to check, as there's not too many holdings in the range of James that can call 2 barrels here, and then we'll just check back the river and allow Jordan to win. And Jordan does elect to check. James will check behind. Some players would bet in James' position, others elect to check. The Queen of Clubs on the river completes the flop flush draw, provides another overcard to Jordan, and makes me think that there is very little likelihood that he elects to bet this river. The real question here is, in the event that Jordan does check, should James bet his hand as a bluff? Now, Queen of Clubs did complete the flop flush draw, and it has provided another overcard to medium pairs, and as it turns out, that's exactly what Jordan has here. James can also lose to a better ace-high by checking back here, so I am a little surprised to see him check. It's possible that his ace-high can be good at showdown, but I think most of the time that Jordan elects to check it down here, James' hand will not be good, so I think it's quite likely a bet could be profitable on that river when it comes Queen of Clubs, as it's likely to be a better card for James' range of holdings than Jordan's when he plays his hand that way. But instead, James will check behind. Jordan tables his 9s and is relieved to take down that pot. There's our updated leaderboard with the graphic there. Like we said, Nabil Hirezi, the dentist, and the local, our chip leader. He's at 2.7 million. Now, I just got into Jacksonville last night following a few days in New York City, so I'm not terribly familiar with the play of some of our local players here at this final table, but of course, I've got to witness Jordan Christos play at the Legends of Poker earlier this season, and I did the entire broadcast when James Calderaro won last month down in South Florida against Shannon Shore heads up in what was a very prolonged heads-up match. I believe that lasted 3 or 4 hours. And what we saw there was Caldo running pretty good heads up and really doing a good job of preventing himself from losing chips and pots where he didn't have it or didn't have high equity in the pot. As we saw in that pot where Caldo elected to check behind on the river, he doesn't always bluff the situations that one could potentially bluff, but one advantage of Caldo's style is he almost never spews his stack off. He's pretty conservative about, not putting a lot of chips in unnecessarily or not running a big bluff that could cause him to lose his entire stack. He can be kind of a tricky guy to get the chips out of. Now here we have Nabil opening ace-6 on the cutoff for the min raise to 40,000, and Jordan defends from the big blind with the king-10 offsuit. Both players have more or less missed this jack 8-5 flop, so we'll see what we learn from Nabil here. Is he the kind of player who just elects to check back on this flop and try and get the showdown with his ace-high, or does he want to bet and try and take things down immediately? And it looks like he's the type to bet.
Doc bets 50,000.
And it is 50,000 from Nabil. Back over to Jordan. Jordan here has got some backdoor draws and an overcard, but he hasn't really connected well enough to continue with this hand out of position. And as you see, he folds pretty quickly there, and so Nabil will take down the first pot that he gets involved with. And Nabil is essentially a recreational player and a professional dentist. He calls himself the singing dentist, as he's very passionate about music and singing. And he's in good company here at this final table, as music is one of Jordan's passions. He was a drummer in a band before he became a professional poker player. He was also a serious Magic the Gathering player, and by age 12, he was 12th in his region of the country, and he was winning 9 out of the 10 tournaments that he showed up to. And Jordan will admit that during the first few years of his poker career, which is about 18 to 21 for him, he was a break-even player, but he always felt that because of his prowess at Magic the Gathering, that if he really applied and focused himself on the game of poker, he could eventually get himself to the stage where he was a profitable player. And that seems to be exactly what's happened in the previous year for Jordan, as this is his second WPT final table this season, plus a collection of other deep runs. Here we have Nabil under the gun with an ace-queen. He's made the minimum raise to 80,000.
Jordan folds, Caldo folds. Doc takes the pot.
Nobody behind him has a hand worth playing, so Nabil will drag yet another pot, add to his chip lead. Kind of the hometown favorite here. He's brought out a crowd to support him in the audience. And the crowd is packed in pretty close to our table, so as you can see there, that's Lily Coletto in purple, the girlfriend of James Calderaro. Frequent player on the WPT herself. I believe she finished second in the Lucky Hearts Open a few years ago. Of course, Lily notorious for taking a little time off from that final table to go dress shopping, as she felt very secure in her position at that final table and thought that maybe a little time away would allow her to collect herself, plus find a new dress to her liking. So she took a few hands off, which is something you don't see too often at a final table these days. I remember some of the older World Series broadcasts where you'd have players who would lose a few hands and go on tilt or say that they wanted to step outside for a cigarette. And they would excuse themselves for a while, and the camera would follow them out and make a big joke out of it. O'Brien here, going up to 65,000. So we see him now making an over 3x raise to open the action. So we wondered before whether the 8s and going to 55,000 was going to be around his standard sizing, and it does appear that Brian prefers to size things larger. Now Brian is one of the less experienced players at this final table. He has been playing the game for about 10 years, but he hasn't played a ton of our WPT events, and as I said, he is a used car broker for a living. He's from Texas, so he considers the WinStar his home casino, and he's played about 4 or 5 prior WPT events, including the Bay 101 this year, and the Thunder Valley event we had in Sacramento recently that just finished up. He plays mostly tournaments when he has time, but his dealership keeps him pretty busy. We see him here with a King 10 under the gun. He'll let that one go. So he's not going to open that. The under the gun player is essentially on the hijack now that we are reduced to 5-handed. Some players consider King 10 and the hijack an open, some don't. James there folding Jack 7 on the button. Again, a little bit of a tight fold there for many players. Many would prefer to open a high percentage of hands on the button, and Caldo, as you see, willing to be a little more conservative. Nabil folds his 4-2 offsuit in the small blind. Peter gets a walk in the big blind with his 9-3, and Caldo doesn't really mind giving those guys a walk. He's going to hang out and play his game today, and his game worked for him very well at our event down in South Florida just a month ago. Caldo, a very popular player here in the Florida scene. He's got a good sense of humor about himself, carries himself well on the table, really enjoys himself, talkative guy, stylish guy. Of course, he and his girlfriend Lily are at almost every WPT event these days. Lily also final tabled our event this season in Montreal. Made a run there, but did not come away with her name on the WPT Champions Cup, but she is certainly one of the ladies most likely to become the first woman to win an open event on the World Poker Tour, as she is present so frequently. Now, here's something a little confusing. We saw James Calderaro fold Jack-7 on the button, and here with 7-2 offsuit on the cutoff, he elects to raise and make it 61,000. And Peter, with an ace-jack in the small blind, just calls. That's a play I like there. I think against some players, you should be 3-betting the ace-jack here, but against Caldo, who's a little more prone to checking things down when he has a little bit of showdown value, I think calling the ace-jack is a good MO. So the queen 10-10 flop gives Peter a gut shot, one overcard. Caldo follows through with a bet of 82,000 and then pounds Nabil from across the table. Everyone laughing and enjoying themselves today. And it looks like Peter is going to give up his hand to one bet. It's kind of a close decision on the flop there for Peter if he believes that Caldo will continue the aggression on future streets. It's probably a very sensible fold, but he believes that Caldo will check down when he is no longer likely to make a better hand, then perhaps the ace-jack is worth a call there on the flop with the intention to evaluate on later streets. But certainly nobody would say that there's a mistake in folding ace-jack on 10-10 queen. And there you see our updated chip count. James Calderaro building on that stack a little bit, as is our chip leader Nabil. Over to Peter with queen 7 on the button. He's going to raise it up. He's made it 43,000, and as you can see, it's a pretty large disparity in open raise sizes around this table. Brian electing to go around 3x, sometimes over 3x. Nabil going with the min raise. Peter a little over the minimum. But neither player in the blind has anything worth battling Peter, so they let it go, and he'll stack up that pot. This is a 4-day event here at the Best Bet in Jacksonville, plus 2 starting days. Day 1A, Day 1B. This was a re-entry event. Paid 27 players in total, 3,500 re-entry. And as we said before, our first prize is $206,041, including a seat to the WPT Championship at the Borgata, April 21st through 26th.
Peter will raise to 43,000.
Peter making it 43,000 here. He's got a 10-3 suited, so we're learning here that Peter willing to mix up his opening hand strengths, get involved with some weaker holdings. Caldo will make the call with 5-4 offsuit in the big line. It's just a min raise, or slightly above a min raise from Peter, so Caldo receiving an excellent price in the big blind. Many players have become aware recently that when you're facing a min raise in the big blind, you should defend a very high percentage of hands. On the queen 7 jack, 2 diamond and a club flop, both players check. I'm a little surprised to see Peter check back here, although he does have a holding that can turn equity to a club or to a 9 or king.
51,000.
But instead, it's a turn that improves the hand of James Calderaro. It's a 6 and gives him an open-ended straight draw. So James will bet there. Peter will fold. And Caldo looks to the audience like, hey, where's the applause for me?
They all got food poisoning last night.
Caldo and I had a little discussion before this final table started. He had food poisoning last night, spent the entire night up, puking into his toilet, has not slept, and is going to try and take this final table down on 0 sleep, which is a bit of deja vu from our previous Jacksonville Best Bet winner. We saw Jared Jaffe in the fall win the event here, and he also had food poisoning leading up to the final table. Hadn't slept very well at all, and managed to take it down despite his lack of sleep, and so we'll see whether that trend continues today for James Calderaro. Meanwhile, Brian has woke up with a pair of queens here, and it looks like he's going to bump it up to 60,000.
Brian will raise
65,000. Jordan Christos behind him with an ace-deuce. As I said before, Jordan likes to take a moment, think through all of his options, but he will release his hand.
Fold.
James folds the small. Nabil in the big blind with a king-4. Asks Brian, do you want a caller? Brian nods. Yeah, I do. I have queens. I'd love a caller. But Nabil does not think king-4 is worth a call. So Brian will take down another pot pre-flop. And he's going to show the queens to the table.
Brian shows
Thank you, sir. Thank
queens,
you.
spades, diamonds.
Nabil very thankful to get a free show. Hard to argue with.
That's what Kenny Rogers, right? Said
Now, while I'm not a big proponent of showing cards during poker tournaments, and particularly at the final table, there's not a ton of harm in showing players that you're open raising big hands, and in a way, I think it can make a visual association that you're raising big hands and only big hands, whether that's true or not. So when I'm against less experienced opponents, sometimes I do like to show them when I'm raising big cards, just so they remember that, as opposed to the times I quietly muck my poor hands. Now, of course, many people are aware of what I'm doing when I attempt something like that, and yet I still think that people's memories are so visually associated that those that aren't thinking too hard about balancing ranges at the table will become slightly more hesitant to play against me if I seemingly show down nothing but good hands. So, while I don't show too often, against the right lineup and with the right cards, I'll give a free show. Meanwhile, James going to 65,000 on the button here with a king-queen. Nabil going to call out of the small with an ace-8 offsuit. So here I think we're starting to see a little of Nabil's inexperience. Ace-8 offsuit is really quite a poor hand to play to a raise out of position in the small blind. It doesn't flop especially well, and in the event you do make your top pair,
Ace of diamonds, ace
you
of
have
hearts.
some reverse implied odds in the event your opponent also has a top pair, and it's hard to really get paid substantially when the ace flops. But instead, it's a 9-8-8 2-heart flop, so a great flop for Nabil. He has trip 8's top kicker, and it's a bet of 80,000. And Nabil,
how much?
he lets out a sigh there, and if you ever read Mike Caro's Book of Tells, you know that when a player is acting weak, it usually means strong, and that's exactly what Nabil is doing here.
Deuce of hearts.
And the deuce of hearts comes on the turn, and that provides Caldo
Check.
some outs to his queen-high flush draw. Both players check, and the deuce of clubs comes on the river, so Nabil makes a full house, and he checks again,
Check.
which is a little surprising to see because that is not a river that Caldo will be betting very often at all. So I don't especially like the way that Nabil has chose to play his hand here, both pre-flop and on the river. But he is enjoying himself, and he has the best hand, so he's going to take down that pot.
He's just being nice.
And as he says to James, I'm just being nice.
I see why you had to the spades.
But I think when the board comes 9, 8, 8, deuce, deuce, it's the kind of board texture where in the event James has king high or ace high, who will often check back on the river and take his free showdown. So with there being missed draws such as jack 10, queen jack, and lone hearts such as the ace high of hearts, I think it's better for Nabil to go ahead and bet that river and see if Caldo is willing to put him on a missed draw and make a lighter call than usual there. But instead, the river goes check, check. Nabil takes down that pot, and he pads his chip lead.
Jordan folds.
Jordan will fold the queen 9 there.
Doc raises to 80,000.
And Doc, a.k.a. Nabil, raising it up to 80,000. The king queen.
Peter makes the call.
Peter, with a pair of 7s here, makes the call. And Brian going all in for 477,000 with his ace-king. Pretty natural all in there with 24 big blinds. And a raise and call in front of him.
Brian is all in for 477,000.
477,000 is the total.
Doc
Doc has quickly called the king queen. Bit of a loose call there, but not especially loose. I don't know enough about Brian's play to judge whether he's going to be making a lot of squeeze all-ins there with hands weaker than king queen, but considering his experience level, I'm guessing that that's likely not the case. But it's a close situation there for Doc, and so I don't mind his call. He's flopped a king 6 jack, turn is an 8, and so Nabil is going to need a queen and only a queen to knock out Brian. And it's an ace. That's not going to do it. Brian is going to double up here. We're going to be up over 1,000,000 chips now. And the Doc takes his first hit of this final table. He had about 2.8 million to start that hand. He's going to be reduced to about 2.3. Well, guys, we said that you could participate with me during this live stream on Twitter. I'm at Bond_18. Jacob Shark Tank said you were discussing James Calderado being a conservative player, but last night he 3-bet called 25 big blinds at the final table with Queen Jack suited in a small blind versus button confrontation. Do you think that's a little spewy? Whether that's spewy or not is hard to say and read dependent, but I think it is probably a little light to get Queen Jack suited in for 25 blinds. Now, of course, I don't know the exact action, but one thing about Caldo is he is a little bit of a feel player. As you saw, he folded Jack 7 on the button, but raised 7-2 offsuit on the cutoff. So Caldo's not always the most consistent player in terms of his strategy, but he is one of those guys that's willing to evaluate things on the fly. And thus far, that seems to have treated him well here around Florida. So we'll see whether Caldo continues his conservative streak at this final table in big pots, or if we see a little more 7-2 raising action. Thus far, he seems to have timed his aggression pretty well and has built his stack. The Doc here wakes up with a pair of jacks following that confrontation with Brian. But Jordan folds in the big blind. And Doc will drag that pot. Now, one thing that's always uncertain when you're talking about a recreational player at the final table is, will they handle setbacks well, or do they have a tendency to unravel? Now, some players who are unaccustomed to dealing with the pressure of a final table do unravel when they face a setback, such as losing 25 blinds with king-queen to ace-king, whereas others are just enjoying themselves, and it would never occur to them to go on tilt because this is all just kind of one big free roll to them. So
Doc will call.
We'll see what the Doc himself will do here, but he's now first to act an open limping 10-9 offsuit, which is not really a strategy that's going to work very well with the professionals behind him, who will likely isolate his limps. And as you can see here, Peter is going to isolate his limp with a 7-6 suited.
Peter will raise to 62,000.
He's made it 62,000. Brian on the button with a king 10. He's just doubled up. Got about 1,000,000 in chips now. He's going to let that one go. Jordan folds in the small. Caldo folds out of the big. I'd be surprised if Nabil is going anywhere, and the doc looks to make the call. And I see that on Twitter, Ebony Kenny and Zoe Kareem, two of our frequent Florida players on the tour, are discussing why Zoe couldn't be in here with us doing the stream again. He was kind enough to join me for the broadcast in Sacramento, along with John Aguiar. The issue is that to do a broadcast here in Florida, you do have to have a gaming license, and the offices, which you can acquire one, are only open during certain hours of the day, so we weren't quite able to get Zoe a license in time to make that happen, but I'm sure we'll see him again for the WPT live stream, and he is at pretty much every WPT event these days. Now, this is kind of an odd line for Nabil to take. He limp calls, and then he leads on a deuce-queen flop. And the issue with limp calling here and then betting on a flop like this is it's simply not very congruent with a strong hand. In the event that he had a queen or an ace of some kind, it's so unlikely that he would lead out here as opposed to just check and let the player who is aggressive pre-flop continue to be aggressive. And Peter seems to have picked up on that and doesn't believe the lead of Nabil. And he's made it 104,000, so not a very big raise here. But assuming that he's read Nabil correctly and Nabil will just give up his 10 high, this small raise is going to work out quite nicely for Peter. And so while Peter came into this final table with something of an unknown quantity to me, I think we're starting to see that he's very well prepared for this final table and is playing this hand very nicely against recreational player Doc Nabil. Doc in the tank here. And Doc is going to 3-bet this flop. And before he even announces a raise size, Peter folds and Nabil quickly tables his 10 high. And the crowd is enjoying that one. So just when we thought that the Doc might take a line that was going to get himself outplayed by Peter, he shows that he's not just going to play it simple, make a little bet there that gets quickly taken advantage of. So Nabil Hirezi, who we just saw lose a substantial pot with king-queen to ace-king, limp calls a 10-9 offsuit, leads small on deuce, deuce-queen, and then 3-bets the raise from Peter. Doc showing that he can mix it up here. Not going to be pushed around. Peter under the gun here with an ace-10 suited. Now over to Jordan. He's got the ace, queen of hearts on the button.
Jordan will raise to 203,000.
Jordan with a very big raise here, making it 203,000. He's essentially gone 5 times the size of Peter's opening raise. Now, I've played a bit of poker with Jordan on the WPT now. And something I've noticed about him is that he does tend to 3-bet very large. So that isn't terribly unexpected coming from him. Although I haven't taken the time to ask him why he 3-bets such a large size, but perhaps after the broadcast tonight we'll sit down and I'll pick his brain a little bit about why he chooses to size things so large. But I think in this case he's just going to get a fold from Peter, and he does. That's the kind of hand where I think had Jordan sized it more traditional around 100 to 140,000, he likely would have received a call from Peter. So although Jordan takes the pot down pre-flop with his large re-raise, in a way he deprives himself the opportunity of getting more money in position against a hand he has dominated. So I'm not sure exactly what I think about the re-raising that big strategy. And like I said, I'm not sure precisely why Jordan chooses to go about it that way, but I definitely prefer around a 2.5 to 3 times re-raise myself when I'm in that situation.
All right, still playing with a $3,000 ante. 10 and 20,000 of the blinds. 20 minutes left of this level.
Brian here, first to act. He's got a 10-9 offsuit under the gun. He's going to go ahead and fold it. You saw Nabil played a little different. Jacob Shark Tank on Twitter was wondering whether the 10-9 offsuit hand we saw from Nabil and his 3-bet on the flop was something he intended or simply did on the fly. My guess is it's something he did on the fly that, you know, he let out and he got raised and he decided, no, I intend on winning this pot, so I'm going to 3-bet and see if I can take it down. I think it also may be a result of the frustration of having lost the king-queen versus ace-king pot. I think sometimes guys just have themselves mentally at a certain chip stack, and then when they lose their chips, they say, well, I have to get back to that. I have to get back to that 2.7 million. And if that means running a bluff that will allow them to get close, then they might run that bluff, even if it's not necessarily representing many hands on the board. Well, here, Peter with a pair of 10s.
See a flop, heads up.
He's going to call the 5x raise from Jordan Christos. Jordan made it 100,000 with his pair of 5s.
Diamonds, king of diamonds.
Peter calls with his pair of 10s, and we get an ace, king, ace, 2-diamond flop. So not the flop either player was looking for, but it might be the flop that allows Jordan to bluff out the pair of 10s from Peter. We'll see which route he elects to take here. As we said, Jordan sizing things very large.
Jordan bets 53,000.
And now he's betting very small. It's about a 53,000 into a pot of 225. So I can't say exactly what Peter would have done had he faced a larger bet, but he doesn't seem to have much issue calling about a 53,000. That leads to a 3 of diamonds on the turn. Peter will check. And at this point, Jordan has to sense that his hand is really only good as a bluff here, but whether he can get a king to fold is hard to say. And the 3 of diamonds isn't a great card for Jordan either. Yes, it gives him a flush draw, but diamonds are part of Peter's range when he just check calls that flop. And of course, aces are part of his range, and really, Jordan can only hope to fold a king here, and a king won't always fold, especially if that happens to be, say, king, queen, king, jack with a diamond. You know, that's almost never going to fold on that turn. So Jordan has something of a tricky spot here on this turn. I think many players elect to give up, but I don't know if that's what Jordan will do here. Like I said, I've played a little bit with him, but this is the first time I've really sat down and watched his whole cards. Jordan taking his time as per usual. Does check behind. Little does he know his draw is good, and it does come through on the river. The jack of diamonds comes off, so Jordan, if he doesn't fold, is going to win this pot. Peter will check, and my guess is that Jordan will check behind, but sometimes people go for thin value here on the river against an ace, but I presume Jordan will check with his small flush. So the players will show down their hands. Jordan's 5 of diamonds is going to win him that pot. And so with the large raise, opening raise pre-flop, that's actually a sizable pot he takes down there, 331,000 in that one. Jordan stacks up his chips that he got from Peter. And there you see, he's starting to climb up that leaderboard. Everybody over $1 million now. We have nobody under 50 big blinds, so we may be here for a while hanging out, and that's why I encourage you to tweet your thoughts, comments, and questions at me at Bond, B-O-N-D _18. We'll all just be hanging out here today. You can keep me some company in this booth. Usually I have somebody alongside, but not today. As we explained earlier, we just weren't able to get anybody licensed in time. Here we see Jordan Christos, the pair of jacks, first to act. So we saw him make a 5x raise with his pocket fives. What kind of sizing will he go for with his jacks?
Jordan will raise to 65,000. Caldo fold. Doc fold.
He's going to go a little over 3x here, making it 65,000.
And Brian fold.
No takers there. So Jordan takes down the blinds and antes. I remember I first played with Jordan down in the WPT Caribbean. I didn't know him at the time, and he was being very slow and methodical that day, and I thought, man, this guy just needs to hurry up. What is with this kid? And then we started hanging out away from the table, and I found him to be a really likable and, kind of thoughtful guy. And when he explained that he just really likes to take a moment and consider every option available to him, even if it seems almost unnecessary if he has a weak hand, he's the kind of guy who, likes to see how people react to him tanking. Do they do something physically, or do they say something that clues him in that he should actually play a hand that many people would consider unplayable because of its strength? So if you wonder why Jordan tends to be so methodical, that's his thought process. James here, our man on no sleep, makes it 41,000 under the gun. As I said earlier, we were talking over at the bar, and he'd gone out for a fish fry last night, and apparently something disagreed with his stomach because he was up sick all night, throwing up into the toilet. And there's his king-queen, which he's going to show and fold against the ace-king of Brian. So while we saw the Doc get all the money in with his king-queen, although that was about 25, 26 blinds effective, James Calderaro does not want to call a re-raise and gets away from a hand that had him dominated.
Secret weapon. The three musketeers.
That's it.
King size.
Everybody, look.
Caldo looking pretty fresh for a man on no sleep. And there is the famous / infamous Three Musketeers bar
And this is a
of
dentist
Nabil.
job.
Now, Nabil's nickname, besides Doc, is Kit Kat because he loves Kit Kat bars. But going into this tournament, a friend brought him a candy bar but couldn't find a Kit Kat bar, so he brought him a Three Musketeers. Well, Doc decided not to eat it. He would just keep it with him. And since he's run so good in this tournament, he's decided that this Three Musketeers must be lucky and that it will not be devoured until he has either won or finished the tournament. And he's going to keep it along with him today for good luck. So if you wonder why a man is brandishing a candy bar at a final table, that's the backstory behind Nabil's Three Musketeers. I love Three Musketeers too. I might go steal that from him when he's out of here.
5,000. Caldo fold.
Now the Doc with the Queen 10 suited. I believe limped here, as he did with the 9-10 offsuit. And he called a raise from the pocket jacks of Jordan, who's had him twice this orbit. And that leads to a Queen 3-9 flop. And so the Doc has outflopped Jordan Christos.
Doc checks.
Makes top pair with his queens. Jordan checks from the small blind.
10 of spades.
Doc checks behind and then turns 2 pair. I kind of like his check behind there. It's the kind of board where it's unlikely that he will be sucked out. And it's possible he can induce Jordan to call 2 streets by checking behind, and I think that's what's going to happen here. Of course, Jordan with the straight draw and a pair won't be going anywhere. This is a bet of 81,000 from the Doc, and Jordan quickly calls. You see a quick action there from Jordan. And the river 9 will not improve his hand, so the Doc will win this pot. Gives that river card kind of an odd facial expression. Seems rather dissatisfied with it. But I think once Jordan checks, he still needs to make a value bet here. And he does make a value bet.
81,000.
And it's 81,000 into a pot of 307. So I think he'll get another call from Jordan. And Jordan quickly calls. And he'll be disappointed to find out that his jacks were, in fact, sucked out on the flop by the Queen 10 suited of Doc. So I think that was a very reasonable hand all around from both players. Of course, I would rather see Doc open his Queen 10 suited for a raise than a limp, but he's got his own pre-flop methods. I like his check behind on the flop there. I think that will cause Jordan to pay off 2 streets pretty wide when he has showdown value. Plus, sometimes it allows him to connect with the hand that's currently worse than Doc's, but stays worse than his top pair. So the Doc drags another pot after flashing his Three Musketeers bar to the crowd.
Ryan folds.
Jordan here in the cutoff, doesn't have much.
Jordan folds.
Now with Caldo on the button. We saw him fold Jack 7 on the button, but he's going to raise Queen 4.
81,000.
Makes it 81,000. 4x raise, like we said. Caldo, kind of a feel player.
I need more of those. You got me 3 gallons of it.
I know.
The Doc,
Doc
very much
folds.
enjoying the company of Caldo, the man on no sleep. Peter lets it go, and Caldo will take it down.
Yes, you're scared.
Caldo wins.
48-year-old Florida resident, making his 3rd WPT final table, all of which have come within Florida. He and I made a final table here at Jacksonville Best Bet a couple of seasons ago. I finished 5th. Caldo finished 2nd to eventual champion Sean Kunix. So Caldo, this season, took down his first WPT title not long ago. He'll be with us at the WPT Championship, April 21st through 26th at the Borgata. Looking forward to that one.
Jordan folds.
Really, really hope I don't have to get in for a rebuy, because that is an expensive rebuy, so
Doc folds. Peter folds.
I'm planning to just use 1 bullet, but if I have to,
Ryan folds.
we'll go in for a second, as I anticipate big numbers for that event coming up in April at Atlantic City. I believe the Borgata is also hosting their Spring Poker Championships. Right before that, I believe, don't quote me on this, it is a $2,700 event. And the Borgata, of course, does an outstanding job of attracting big fields to their events, especially when they're on the 3,000 buy-in mark. They routinely get over 1,000 entries in the WPT events we hold there, so we're looking forward to another big field
Somebody paid you.
coming up at the Borgata.
I'm giving Calvo shots.
Caldo folds. Doc folds. Peter folds.
A little different animal, huh? Well, you didn't poison me. That's yesterday.
Ryan folds. Jordan gets a walk in the big line.
Jordan taking a little walk in the big blind. So Jordan and I were hanging out last night, and
She gave me the bad
he
one.
was really feeling in the zone. He's one of those guys who believes that if things are going his way, if he's just kind of feeling it during a tournament, he can almost will himself to a win. And so I said, well, look, man, I don't want to put some kind of jinx on your final table, but in the event, say, things go wrong, would you be interested in coming in the booth for a little while? And he said, Tony, I don't even want to think about it. I don't even want to think about that kind of thing. And I said, all right, I won't mess up your flow. You just concentrate on what you got to do tomorrow. We'll see you at the final table.
Ryan folds.
And thus far, things going pretty well for Jordan Christos. We saw him lose that pot with the pocket jacks, but he did win that pot with the 5s against the 10s. Here, he's in the small blind with an ace-4. People play the small blind pretty different, but I myself do quite a lot of limping in the small blind, although it depends who's in the big blind. If I have a fellow professional in the big blind, I'm often limping 100% of my hands while stacks are still deep, as I want to keep the pots small while I'm out of position. But if I'm against someone who I feel is less skillful, I will play what they say is a more exploitable style, raise my strongest hands, fold my weakest ones, limp some of the medium strength ones. Here, James Calderaro wakes up with an ace-king, makes a large raise, and Jordan will just let go of his ace-4 offsuit. So he avoids a dominated situation, escapes the ace-king of James Calderaro. So going back to that thought, I do like limping in the small blind against other professionals, as I think if you raise too much from that position, they will end up calling you and making your life very difficult post-flop. And if you're limping your good hands as well as some of your weaker ones, that allows you to balance the times that your opponent tries to blow you off your hand and create some situations where they're putting in more money with a weak range against your strong range. So small blind versus big blind play is always evolving. I can remember a few years ago where everyone played the raise, 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet, min 6-bet game out of the blinds, and some of that has died away in recent times. I think people are taking a more low variance approach to pre-flop poker these days. Somewhere, Daniel Negreanu is feeling very smug after many years of advocating for small ball poker. But as I said, many tournament professionals have come around to his mentality.
Let's see.
Meanwhile, Peter raises a 10-7 suited under the gun, gets a call from the dock in the big blind with king-9. Both players have essentially missed an ace 6-8 flop, but it's better for Peter with his gut shot and backdoor flush draw. And I don't think the dock is going to want to continue here with king high. He lets it go. And so Peter takes that one down with a small bet. And I was saying before that I didn't know too much about Peter, but I liked what I saw before, and he had done some things that made me think he was pretty well acquainted with the game of tournament hold'em, and there you see him firing about 1/3 pot on ace 6-8. That's another play that makes me think that Peter's pretty professional at this, because he's altering his bet sizing based on the texture of the board. And I think ace 6-8 is exactly the kind of texture you can get away firing a small bet against a player who defended in the big blind. So I like that sizing from Peter there. Well played. Brian here, first to act under the gun. He's got a king-jack. We saw him fold king-10 in this position. Looks like he's going to play the king-jack, so we know his cutoff.
Brian will raise 65,000.
Going up to 65. Still preferring the large raise sizes.
Jordan fold, Calder fold, Doc fold. Peter fold, Brian takes flop. All right, we're going up.
Brian will
4,000
take that one down
24,000.
with his king-jack.
24.
And I believe I heard an announcement that the blinds are going up. I believe we are playing 12,000, 24,000 with a 4K ante. That will reduce our average stack here at this final table, as I mentioned before. We are doing hour levels today. Half-hour levels when we get heads up. Jordan, first to act here, king 5. Never quick pre-flop. Likes to fold after a moment. We have seen Jordan act pretty quick post-flop a few times, generally when he's calling.
Raises to 78,000.
But when he's thinking about raising or folding, he likes to take a moment.
Peter folds.
Well, a little surprised to see Peter fold 10-9 suited. Oh, well, I can explain that. James has opened the 78,000. He's gone over the 3x. So Peter just folds out of the small blind with 10-9 suited, but some players would still make a call there. Peter playing conservative out of the small. Of course, some players would also 3-bet a hand like that from the small, but I think facing the large raise size, he just elected to fold. Wow.
5 of diamonds, 4.
Brian, meanwhile, defends an 8-7 of clubs and flops a straight on 4-5-6 rainbow with a club.
101,000.
It's 101,000 from Caldo. And we see here that Brian will just call, and I like his just call here. The turn is a 10. So that does not improve James, who needs a 7 in order to win this pot. Brian thinks a moment, checks.
Caldo checks.
Caldo checks behind, and the river is a 6 of diamonds. So unfortunately for Brian, that is not a card that will get him any more money.
That's 100,000.
And it's a card that looks pretty good for his range, even though he never needed it. Caldo thinking this one over, facing a bet of 100,000. Joking around with the crowd mid-hand.
Caldo folds.
Thanks for telling me to fold.
He'll let that 9 high go, and Brian takes down another pot.
North Code.
Well, guys, we want to remind you that our WPT live stream is sponsored by DraftKings.com,
4,000.
where you can play one-day fantasy sports contests for real cash prizes. They have contests ranging from 25 cents to $5,000, where you can play against one or thousands of other players. It's become very popular with many poker players, of course, and I became pretty much addicted during the football season to filling out lineups and evaluating the strengths of players. But of course, right now you have contests for basketball season, the upcoming baseball season, golf tournaments, even a little March Madness action going on. So some of the guys you're used to seeing in online tournaments, such as Rand Allin, Ruthless, Brandon Adams, and John Aguiar himself, playing in those tournaments on DraftKings. And if you sign up at DraftKings.com/WPT, you'll get an exclusive 100% deposit bonus and free entries to WPT satellites.
Raise, 81,000.
So if you love both poker and sports, we highly recommend you check out DraftKings. You can get involved very easily. One of my favorite things about DraftKings is that deposits are instantaneous. It reminds me of the sort of golden era of online poker, where people could just deposit quickly with their credit cards, and that's exactly what will happen. I remember using that on the mobile app with DraftKings during the season, the football season. I mean, you can charge your credit card, debit card on there, and within 2 seconds, all of a sudden, it's in your balance on the site. So very easy to get started there, but in the event you just kind of want to ease your way in and just play some of the free entries to WPT satellites, like I said, DraftKings.com/WPT. You'll get that exclusive 100% deposit bonus. Nice, easy way to get started with the site. Meanwhile, Nabil with an ace-jack takes down that pot with a raise pre-flop.
First two acts.
Raise.
Raise. 81,000.
It's 81,000 from the dock, under the gun with an ace-8 suited. A little over the 3x raise sizing. Brian will call with his 6s on the button. Jordan with king 10 in the small blind. This is the kind of hand some players squeeze with in this position. I'm not sure if that's a play Jordan uses frequently. He does 3-bet fairly often pre-flop, and as I said before, sizes things rather large, but here he elects to fold. Caldo will call with his queen 8 suited. In diamonds, and we see a 9-7 deuce 2 heart flop. So a very good flop for the ace-8 of hearts for the doctor. And he's going to make a small bet here, 81,000 into a pot of 275. Over to Brian and his 6s. Thinking this one over and lets it go. Caldo lets go of his backdoor straight and flush draw. And the doc, with the ace-high flush draw, takes down that pot. Patched up for best bet here in Jacksonville. Very nice card room here in Jacksonville. Great spot to come and hang out. Get in a cash game watch the sports that's going on. I mean, this place is surrounded in TVs, and it's a very well-run, efficient operation here. They get you into games quickly. They have nice food. They have a good staff. The dealers are sharp. So players always come away from the best bet here in Jacksonville with positive things to say. A lot of poker going on here. Now over to Brian on the cutoff. He's got a king 5. We've seen him play pretty solid thus far pre-flop. Sticking to mostly quality hands. Not mixing it up with anything weird yet. Jordan here, we saw him open 5s for a 5x raise. Now he's got a pair of 4s on the button. I'll be interested to see how he sizes it.
Jordan raises to 50,000.
He's made it 50,000. Basically a min raise. Now, with Caldo holding ace-queen in the small, he's going to just call. I think a lot of players with these effective stack sizes, and that being Jordan around 35 blinds, would just 3-bet Jordan and try and get the money in. I'm a little surprised that Caldo is elected to just call here out of the small blind. And it looks like the Doc wants to get involved with his queen 3 suited out of the big. Of course, it's very cheap for him at this stage. I would never fold a suited queen there. Neither should you. And the flop is 5, 8, 7, rainbow. So Jordan's pair of 4s still in front, and he has a gut shot. See whether he elects to bet or check this flop. Jordan thinking it over. Looks like he prefers a bet here. And I'm guessing he's going to bet small.
Jordan bets 70,000.
And it's a bet of 70,000, which causes both of his opponents to instantly fold. So Jordan takes down a nice little pot right there.
Good hand, Jordan.
So we were wondering, would he alter his raise size again? Would he make it really big? No, he went with a min raise. Makes me think that his raise sizing may be more tied into his position than the strength of his hand. There you can see the Doc starting to separate himself from the field. Jordan technically our short stack, but he's still comfortably over 40 big blinds, so no desperation from anybody at this final table.
Brian folds.
Action with Jordan again.
Jordan folds. Action on Caldo. Raise.
Now Caldo on the button.
Caldo raises to 81,000.
Makes it 81,000. So seen some larger raises from him as well today.
Take down that pot.
Flashes the ace of spades. The blinds give up. Now, guys, in case you haven't heard, our partner DraftKings is offering a way to turn your sports knowledge, and particularly your knowledge of basketball, into a 6-figure payday. Tomorrow, they are hosting the biggest fantasy NBA contest so far this season. It's the $1 million guaranteed bank shot, and will pay out over $100,000 to the winner, and teams cost $500 each. But if that's a little too much for you, then you can head over today and win your entry in a satellite for as little as $2. So that's tomorrow. It's the $1 million bank shot on DraftKings. Somebody's going to walk home with 6 figures for paying fantasy sports, sitting on your couch, watching the games go down, sweating LeBron, draining threes. I don't know who he's playing. I think he's playing Portland right now. Portland's sagging a little bit late in the season. Aldridge was so hot at the start of the season. Lillard playing well throughout it, but I think Aldridge has cooled off a little bit. Even the Heat's cooling off a little bit right now. Top teams in the East sagging a little. They and the Pacers not looking as strong as they were at the start of the season. Of course, the West still holding very strong, and somehow San Antonio manages to come up with the best record in the West side of the NBA every single year, and they do it in such a discreet fashion. So very exciting playoffs coming up this year in the NBA. Almost every team in the West is in competition. It's such a strong conference right now. Well, interesting and developing here. Peter has flopped a set of 9s on King 9-4. Unfortunately for him, the Doc, who's willing to put some chips in the middle, has not flopped anything. Peter has checked 2 streets now with this set, hoping to get a bet out of the Doc. I think I would have preferred a bet on the turn, seeing as Doc is unlikely to bet a deuce if he didn't bet King 9-4. So Peter gave him one more opportunity to bet. The Doc didn't take it, and now with the 8 on the river, he fires out with what is the second nuts here.
You have 8?
Do you have an 8? The Doc asks. Well, Doc, in the tank here, wondering whether he wants to call with ace high. We know it's no good. We'll see if he's the kind of player who likes to make ace high call downs. No, he doesn't. So Peter gonna take down that pot, unable to get paid from his set of 9s.
Just for Peter. City boy, city boy.
Doc really enjoying himself here. Like I said, he's kind of the hometown favorite.
I love it, I love it. I think I'm ahead, but you don't believe me, I think I'm ahead. I show the camera.
I think I'm ahead, but I believe you. Well, not this time.
Respect, sir. Respect.
You were up against the second nuts, but I can see why you would believe that ace jack could potentially be good on that river. You know, it's king 9 deuce 4 8. There's a variety of holdings that Peter could have that are losing to ace jack on the river. Jack 10, queen jack, queen 10 type stuff, even weaker aces. Although I do think that Peter would probably bet the turn if he had stuff like queen jack or jack 10, and would probably check the river if he had stuff like ace 9 or ace 10. I think that's a good fold from the Doc on the end there. Just don't think there are enough hands that Peter is betting that are worse than ace jack. James here, first to act, opening up queen 6 suited. Over to Brian in the small blind. The ace queen suited. Interested to see whether he elects to call this hand or 3-bet it.
Re-raise.
And I believe he's announced raise.
Brian re-raises to 250,000. Jordan folds. Toto folds.
So 3-bet's 250,000, which leads to a quick fold from Caldo. So Brian's ace queen suited takes down that pot pre-flop. Here's our updated chip counts. Essentially, we have 4 players tied for second, and the Doc way out in front at 2.9 million. So everybody kind of hanging steady, perhaps waiting to see what the Doc does, whether he gets involved in a big hand and spreads some chips around. Or maybe they're hoping that he just knocks out somebody else first. But here, he's got the king-queen suited, but Peter right behind him with an ace-queen. Made it 54. I'll be interested to see, does Peter flat call here, or does he 3-bet? And I think against the Doc, and the history between the two of them, I like a 3-bet.
Peter re-raises to 92,000.
And Peter has made a small 3-bet. He's gone to 92,000. Looks like he's trying to get Doc heads up in this pot in position in a re-raise pot, making the small raise. Jordan with the jack 9 suited in the small, probably would have liked to play, but won't be able to now. Although, he's taking a moment here and may prove me wrong. Nope, he'll let it go. Now with James holding ace-3 suited in the big blind. So as it turns out, that re-raise probably kept this pot from going 4 ways to the flop. And I think this is one of those situations where you can see how Caldo... Oh, he 4-bet. No, he called. Excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry, our graphics confused me a little bit there. Caldo cold called the re-raise. I'm not a big fan of that cold call. He's out of position and he's with a weak suited ace, so I think it's going to be very hard to flop strong enough that he can continue being out of position without the lead. So I think this is a bit of a mistake pre-flop by Caldo. So he had the call about, oh, let's see. Actually, it was only 92,000 is essentially a not even 4x raise. So it's not crazy here to make that call. I just think it's a little wide that he'll get himself in trouble. But instead, Caldo has drilled this flop. It's queen 6-3, 2 diamonds. Everybody really has drilled this flop. Peter with the ace queen. Caldo with the pair and nut flush draw. Doc with the king queen suited. So an action flop in this 3-way pot. And the slightly loose call by James Colorado pre-flop might just win him a really big pot here. It's a bet of 132,000 from Peter.
Caldo makes the call.
Caldo makes the call, and I will be fascinated to see how Doc elects to play his top pair. Will he call or will he raise?
How do you raise?
He has announced raise.
Raise, you can't re-raise.
He said re-raise, and Caldo said, hey, you can't re-raise.
Doc raises the
264 would be a minimum.
This could get very,
100 and
very interesting.
264.
He's essentially min-raised. He's made it 264. Not a fan of taking this line from the dock. There's just a little too much action for his hand to be good playing to a raise. And Peter is not likely to continue investing chips with a worse hand than King Queen here. So I think we're seeing a little bit of the inexperience of Nabil showing. I think a call is much preferable to a raise here in this flop, and it opens him to being re-raised and having to make a decision for a lot of chips. It's also one of those situations where even if Peter weren't in the hand and he had raised a bet from Caldo, he risks getting blown off the hand if he's not willing to commit all of the stacks on his king-queen. And if he is willing to commit stacks with king-queen with Peter in the hand, he's probably going to get it in behind. I suppose there's some small chance that Peter talks himself into a fold, but I don't think that will happen. It's a very difficult spot for Peter, though. He's re-raised pre-flop. Caldo is cold called. The doctor called. And then his continuation bet got called and check min-raised. So this is not a situation you find yourself in very frequently. What will Peter do with his top pair, top kicker? Of course, he's losing to aces, kings, and sets, 6s and 3s. Of course, he's losing to queens as well, but that's rather difficult for his opponent to have. Ooh, no, pump fake. In the event Peter does fold, then the question is, will James call or move all in? Well, I guess he doesn't have to move all in. He can re-raise. He's got about 1.2 million behind, so I think an all-in would be the most natural bet size. Peter in an agonizing situation here, and he does let it go. He folds the best hand. Like I said, problem with the dock check raising here is he's essentially overplaying his hand, but it might work out perfectly for him because Caldo is called, and I prefer an all-in his situation considering the strength of his hand, although Who knows? Maybe the Doc is just never check raising a hand that he folds. So perhaps a call is better. Again, I don't know too much about the play of the Doc. Both players check in the turn. That leads to a 6 of clubs on the river. Both players check again. And Peter is going to be disgusted to find out that not only is his hand good, but he would have gotten the showdown without having to put more money in the pot. And so while I criticize the check raise of Doc Nabil there, it turns out to be just what the moment called for because he bluffed the best hand out, and he kept the second best hand in while charging it more to draw and preventing himself from getting bluffed out. So a very strange line works out for the Doc. And he puts more distance between himself and the field by check-raising top pair on Queen 6-3, 2 diamonds. I think I would have liked to see an all-in from Caldo there. I don't know how the Doc would have reacted to it. It wouldn't have surprised me if he tank folded or snap called. I mean, I'm not really sure what to expect from this guy, but the check min raise against 2 players on Queen 6-3 works out very nicely for him. Doc Nabil's come to play. Well, guys, we want to remind you about clubwpt.com. For just $19.95 a month, you can compete for up to $100,000 in prizes every month. We also give out a couple of seats and packages to WPT tour stops. You'll get to meet a bunch of the staff, have your travel expenses covered, and get an entry into the main event at that stop. And we've had Club WPT qualifiers run all the way to the final table before, and that could potentially be you. So check it out. Just under $20 a month, clubwpt.com. Meanwhile, Jordan Christos raises the button with his Jack-9 suited, doesn't find any takers in the blinds, drags that pot. There's a shot of our WPT Champions Cup, which is engraved with the name of every WPT champion, including James Calderaro and Jordan Christos. So in the event these guys win, one of those guys wins this event, they'll have a star put next to their name to signify that they are a 2-time champion. Not many 2-time champions in the WPT. It's a pretty elite list of players. Of course, some of you remember that Gus Hansen accomplished that in Season 1. Jordan here on the cutoff. He's going to open up King Queen. Going to 54,000. Jordan, we saw alternating his raise size before. Seems to have reduced it. Now going just a little over the minimum. The Doc calls in the small blind with ace-3. We kind of discussed before how I'm not a big fan of calling with offsuit small aces out of the small blind, but thus far, the Doc has managed to get the best of his opponent post-flop when he does get there. Peter comes along from the big blind, the 7-3 suited. And Jordan has flopped well, Queen, Deuce 5. One of those flops where people alternate between betting and checking behind. Kind of difficult to be sucked out on a Queen, Deuce 5 flop, but also people don't really like giving 2 players a free look at a turn card. So I think Jordan will probably follow through with a bet. And he is going to fire here.
70,000. Sorry, 54,000.
It's a small bet, 54,000 into a pot of 182. Doc is going to call with his gut shot and ace high. Peter, you'd expect would fold quickly, but taking a moment here. And he lets it go. Doc checking in the dark. Jack of spades, not going to help him. Jordan checks behind. And the river is a 4. The Doc completes his straight gut shot. Excuse me, gut shot straight draw. and fires out on the river. And it's a small bet, about 1/3 pot, 105,000. I can't imagine Jordan doing anything but calling here. Doc with the second nuts. Running very pure at this final table. Curious to know what Jordan is thinking about here. Certainly folding isn't an option, facing a bet of that size.
Tough game.
I'd be really surprised if he was thinking of raising here. That seems thin. But he is lining up more chips, and it does look like Jordan's going to try and raise on this river, and that's not going to turn out well for him at all. He's going to get this piled back in his face. I think it's a little thin to be raising this river, though I can understand why he's doing it. I think that he read the small 1/3 pot from Doc as something of a blocking bet with a, medium strength hand, and that he's trying to get a little more value out of his top pair, which he slightly underrepresented by checking back on the turn. So, while I think this is probably a little thin,
Raise all in. Raise this all in.
particularly at these stack sizes where Jordan could really use the extra 200,000 that he just put into a pot, Jordan does indeed get the stacks slam backed in his face. Doc Nabil is all in with his straight. Jordan now facing a decision with his top pair, wondering. I think Jordan said call. And the Doc straight is going to be good. Jordan Christos is our 5th place finisher. Wow, I have to say I'm pretty surprised to see Jordan raise call that river. He really believed that the Doc was pulling some kind of bluff or move. Now we're sorry to see him go. Jordan, a very likable guy. WPT champion. He's going to be our 5th place finisher for 47,000.
Good job, Doc.
He raised called the river on Queen 5 Deuce Jack 3 with the King Queen. As I said, I believe I'd prefer just a call on that river, but Jordan, going for a little extra value, got himself in trouble and called off his tournament against the straight of Doc Nabil. And I'm sure he's feeling the disappointment right now. But I think we'll see him back here on the World Poker Tour and deep in some of our events in the near future. Jordan's a man who's very committed to achieving excellence in poker, and well, I'm sure he'll be rather frustrated with his finish today and how he busted. As I mentioned, I think that there will be plenty of Jordan Christos to come. Meanwhile, the Doc, who peeled the gut shot on the flop and the ace high, gets his gin card on the river, bets out small, gets a raise from Jordan, and gets the rest of it when he goes all in. He is way out in front right now. Now James here, opening up the ace-10.
Peter folds. And Brian folds. Alright guys, we have
There we see Caldo take down the blinds and antes with his raise. There's a shot of our Monster Bar, Monster Headphones, a recent sponsor of the World Poker Tour, and we're very pleased to have them along. I think that's a great pairing. As a WPT champion, I was gifted a pair of the Monster headphones, and I've become quite addicted to them. Carry them pretty much everywhere with me now. Excellent sound quality coming out of those, and although I'm generally a, talkative, social player on the table, sometimes I just want to zone out, be left alone, listen to my golden age hip-hop, and Monster headphones make that as high quality as I've encountered, so. It is now the Monster Bar. It used to be the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. It is the Monster Bar now, and you see Brittany and Ivy hanging out there with some of our fans. The Doc here going to open the action with what I believe is a limp, holding Queen 7 offsuit. Peter on the button, going to raise it up. He knows the Doc has got a very wide range of hands he's making those limps with. Not sure he realizes it's as wide as Queen 7 offsuit. So the Doc, with his unorthodox play, is accumulating chips rapidly at this final table. It's 89,000 from Peter with his ace-5. And from what we know about Doc, he's not going anywhere. It's a call. And the flop is deuce 4-3, and so the ace-5 of Peter has flopped the wheel. The hand that busted Jordan Christos comes back no, not the following hand, 2 hands later. Now, Peter, considering what he wants to do, he's going to go ahead and bet here. He knows last time that the Doc bluffed him out on the flop. Actually, twice the Doc has bluffed him out on the flop, although technically when he was bluffed on the deuce-deuce-queen flop, Peter actually, or I guess the Doc actually had the best hand with 10 high, as Peter had 7 high. But later on, the Doc bluffed him out on the queen 6-3 flop, holding king-queen when Peter had ace-queen. Both players check the 9 of clubs on the turn after the Doc check calls his queen 7. I'm not sure what the Doc is going for by check calling queen 7 on the flop, but he's made a very small bluff bet on this river, and he's going to lose to the straight of Peter. The flop flush draw was completed on the turn when the 9 of clubs arrived, and the Doc took a small shot at bluffing that river. I don't quite know what the point of that bet was. If he wants to bluff on the river, I think that's a fine strategy, but he's going to need to bet more than 80,000 into a pot containing over 300, so very odd hand there from the Doc, but I think right now he may just be fueling himself following such a rapid accumulation of chips around this final table. So splashing around a little right now, and Peter, the recipient, some of those splashy chips.
I'm safe now.
Now the Doc really seems like a class act and a nice guy, a local around Jacksonville, as we told you about. Following a tragic accident that took the life of his niece, he founded a charity which donates 2 scholarships a year to aspiring college students. One that assists one attempting to start a musical career, another that wants to study law, criminal justice, which was the area his niece was studying and working in Washington, D.C.
I know it's a fun day for everybody.
So the charitable Doc perhaps going to come away with some more money to invest in his cause following this final table. If you're interested in his foundation, the website is www.rowanherezi.org. Rowan was his niece, who we lost too soon. Well, here, Peter, under the gun, opens the 8-7. Small blind of James. Calls the ace-10 suited. And the Doc comes along with ace-10 offsuit out of the big blind, leading to a king 8-deuce 2 flop, which is connected with Peter.
Looks like. You must be looking at the camera. Oh my God, I check now.
And the turn is the 6 of the diamonds. Both players have checked, leading to the queen of hearts in the river, so it's a chop pot. If they both check, which they do, and they chop it up here and high-five each other. Here are 2 guys who really know how to have a good time. at the poker table, and especially at a final table.
We have the vibe. We have vibes. Look what happened.
Like we said, Doc, the hometown favorite, and of course, Caldo always gets a lot of support in Florida. Becomes such a regular on our WPT final tables that we hold here in Florida. It's more shocking to get to a final table that Caldo's not on.
You weren't kidding when you said same him. This is just for the guys in the back of the camera, right?
Peter,
I have a
who's
microchip.
pretty active pre-flop, but has been kind of conservative post-flop. He's trying to keep himself out of trouble against the Doc and potentially wait for a spot where the Doc commits a few too many chips. And as we saw, you know, Doc is limp calling 10-9, he's limp calling Queen 7. So Peter's going to get some opportunities to play bloated pots in position with him, and I think you'll see him continue to raise and isolate the chips of the Doc, and then play cautious post-flop. I think he's anticipating that eventually he will have a very strong hand that can invest a lot of chips against Doc, and that's when you'll see him really come out of his shell. As we were talking about before, he actually folded the best hand on the Queen 6-3 flop when Doc checked min raised. That was a very difficult situation with Peter, with Caldo having cold called a 3-bet and then also called the flop bet. I don't know what I would have done in that situation.
And I check.
I think against the check min raise, I probably would have continued in the hand, but I don't know. It was a strange, strange situation. Not one you find yourself in very often at all. Here, James and the Doc playing a pot where the Doc is flop top here on King 7 suited. Check, check flop leads to a 4 of hearts on the turn, which Caldo bets. And he rivers a jack.
I check.
Will Caldo value bet this river? I think with the flush getting completed and Queen 10 being completed, he's probably going to check. And these two guys seem pretty comfortable checking pots down against each other when they both have a bit of showdown value.
I think you're behind.
Nabil tells him, I think you're behind. And if I was at the table, I would probably believe the things Nabil told me about his hand. I think he's going to play and talk fairly honestly post-flop. So there you see Nabil's King 7 suited will take down that pot, and he will further pad his chip lead here. Crowd happy to see that. Lily Coletto,
When's that break?
Caldo's son Joey in the audience. There's our updated chip counts. Nabil the Doc has more chips than the other 3 players combined. Their stacks add up to about 3 million to his 4.5, so well over half the chips in play, belonging to the dentist, the doctor, aka Kit Kat, aka Nabil, the singing dentist. Caldo here under the gun. He'll let it go. Nabil with a pair of 10s.
My turn out to raise a little bit. Right. 80.
80,000 on the button with his 10s.
Times. Twice.
Here fold. Always with premium hand. Brian fold.
You want to see
Neither
this
player in the blind wants to give him any action. He says, you want to see this hand?
For the house, guys. Tens. All right.
He's going to give the whole house a show there. It's always good to see someone who really enjoys themselves at the table, as Nabil does.
Today is Christmas, guys. You see cards.
Someone who's thrilled to be at a final table for their first time, and especially to run up such a chip lead and be connecting with so many hands. What an exciting time for the Doc. As I said before, I am alone in the booth today. I usually have a partner in crime or a couple of partners. Today it's just me, but we're not on a delay, so we can interact today while I'm in the booth. You can tweet at me. My handle is at Bond, B-O-N-D, _18. So if you have questions, comments, sarcastic remarks, you just fire them over, and we'll work them into the broadcast. You'll be making my life easier, because I'm starting to feel schizophrenic. Anyway, the Doc here, he's going to open it up to 80,000. First to act, he's got an ace-3 suited. Peter folds an offsuit ace behind him, and now Brian with his own suited ace and ace-8 suited in the small blind. Brian, I believe, has announced raise. So we've seen him raise some of his stronger hands pre-flop. This is kind of a medium strength hand that he's working with out of the small blind.
Brian will raise.
And I can't see Nabil folding a hand like this in position. I would be very surprised, especially with the roll that he's on. I feel like this is a guy who's probably going to play the rush, play the hot streak. And the doc,
Just one?
with the ace-3 suited, thinking over what he wants to do, facing a re-raise.
You know, normally I don't raise for nothing.
Normally I don't raise for nothing, he says.
Doc will make that call.
And Doc will call, as anticipated.
Good news, I can afford it. Definitely good.
So we're gonna go to a flop in this re-raised pot, and it's king, 3 deuce, 2 hearts and a spade. Not a bad flop for the Doc. I think that Brian will follow through with a bet, as this is a fairly ideal board to continuation bet when you're the pre-flop aggressor, especially when you're bluffing. But with Doc having this much equity in the hand with his top pair, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, I do not believe this bet is going to lead to a fold. Doc has gone all in. And those are not the words Brian wanted to hear. I think he'll posture for a moment, but we'll see him release his ace high. Doc showing no fear, whacking the entire stack in with his second pair, essentially dominating this final table up to this point. Brian does fold, and the Doc collects another pot. So the rich get richer. Doc Nabil, 5 million in chips. He has 2 times the cumulative chip counts of his 3 opponents. A dominating performance at this final table so far. He's making hands. He's showing no fear at getting the chips in the middle. He's limp calling hands out of position and then finding ways to win the pot post-flop. So a little of everything from Doc today.
Peter folds. Brian folds.
Over to James in the small. Completes a queen deuce suited. Doc checks a queen 8 suited. Many players would raise in his position there, but he elects to check. That leads to a king 6 deuce flop. James bets 50K. Doc quickly folds, and so bottom pair for Caldo is going to be good there.
I don't think you guys have the same card.
I love this guy, man. I love this guy. It just
These are 2 players who not only have a good time at the table, but seem to have a good time with each other at the table. Chatty, personable guys. I've played some poker with Caldo in my days. He likes to joke around.
Somebody said, listen, that's your pretty boy.
Likes to have a drink on the table sometimes. He and Sean Kunix had a few drinks at the final table we all made together in Jacksonville. I didn't really play many hands that day, and the only hand I did win, Will Fiala was supposed to win, but he mucked the best hand at Showdown. You can catch that video on YouTube. I believe that hand alone may have cost Will WPT Player of the Year, as he was edged out by Joe Sirac, just barely. And had Will managed to finish 5th and not 6th, he would have had enough points to become our Player of the Year, but instead, he mucked his 2 pair. Now Nabil here folds his queen deuce, facing a raise from James. Peter in the big blind with his ace 9 has got James dominated. But again, it's an over 3x raise from James. So we'll see how Peter wants to play this one.
Peter raises to
Peter re-raises, makes it 250,000, and James quickly folds his hand. So Peter, with a re-raise pre-flop, will take that one down. Essentially re-stealing with the ace-9 there. We know he's not going to play for stacks with a hand of that strength. But it's also a hand that doesn't play that well post-flop, so I don't mind him turning his hand into a bluff there and just trying to take it pre-flop. I think that's a nice play. And while Caldo is willing to splash around a little bit, he's not a guy who plays bloated pots unnecessarily. He doesn't call a ton of 3-bets when they're large with weak offsuit holdings. We did see him call a small 3-bet, cold call a small 3-bet in the big blind with ace-3 suited, but that 3-bet was really only about a raise to 3.5 big blinds. And he knew that the dock was coming along as well, so he took a little bit of a flyer there, went to the flop, and ended up losing that pot to dock. So here, Peter out of the small blind, raises up a jack-6, takes down the blinds and antes. Caldo, originally a New Yorker, but lives down here in Florida. Currently an investor. He was a nightclub owner. He's been playing poker for 30 years. He's played 42 WPTs. Good chance he's played more WPTs than the rest of this final table combined. As I mentioned before, Brian Green has been pretty quiet at this final table. Sort of bleeding away right now. He's a used cars broker. He's been playing poker 10 years himself. I think Brian's actually been playing a pretty good final table here. Sticking to quality hands. Showing some aggression pre-flop, following through on the flop, but just not connecting in the same way that, say, Doc is. The Doc here, with ace high on deuce 7 deuce. And on a 6 turn, he has made a pair. Caldo electing not to continuation bet with his jack high. Kind of an odd spot not to... Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. He defended from the big blind, so he checked out of position. My apologies. It was the Doc who elected not to continuation bet. Caldo will fold. The Doc will drag yet another pot. Guys, as I mentioned to you before, the WPT live stream is brought to you by DraftKings.com. You can play one-day fantasy sports contests for real cash prizes. We're talking buy-ins from 25 cents to $5,000. And as I mentioned before, tomorrow is the $1 million guaranteed bank shot NBA tournament, where first is going to pay out over $100,000, and each team costs $500 to enter in that contest. But you can win your way in a satellite for as little as $2. So if you want to get into that big contest, got about another 24 hours to make it happen. Take your shot at a 6-figure payday, hanging out, watching sports. Meanwhile, James playing the Doc. He's flopped trips. The Doc with an overpair to the board, holding a pair of 7s. Let's see how much trouble he gets himself in. Turn is a 6, and so his overpair. Still looking pretty good on this board, but Caldo, of course, wondering how he can play a pot for more chips against the Doc. And he's all in. And it's only another $551,000. Now, thus far, Nabil has not been a big folder. And he might envision that his 7s are good here. Kind of hard to imagine how they would be against Caldo. Again, I said, is kind of conservative when it comes to putting his whole stack in the middle. He could have 4-3 in the small blind for a straight. Could have a 5, of course, which is what he does have. Could even have a pair over Nabil's. It's possible that Nabil will tell himself that Caldo has something like ace-3 of diamonds, ace-4 of diamonds, 7-8 of diamonds, and is making a move of some kind. And Nabil does announce call, and so he is 2-outing, going to the river. Gonna need a 7 and only a 7 to take down this pot. Otherwise, Caldo gonna double up. Really gonna be in contention for this thing. It's a queen. So James Calderaro doubles through Doc. He was bleeding away there for a while, but after that pot, he is right in the thick of things. And so for a while, Doc appeared unbeatable in big pots, but finally relinquishes one to James Calderaro, who gets all the money in way in front and holds up. So they'll count down how much exactly they need to pay out from Nabil's stack. And for a moment, the friendly banter between these two ceases. They still give each other a pound following the hand. They say, all good, man. You know, these two, as experienced as Caldo is, you still get the sense that he is not playing poker because he needs the money. I think he plays poker because he enjoys the challenge. He likes seeing how he does against some of the best competition in the world, and whether he can take down tournament titles for himself. Like we mentioned before, he got his first tournament title, first major title, just a few weeks ago here in Florida. Doing the online stream with Muckle Pakuja, John Aguiar. Lily Coletto giving her encouragement from the audience as Caldo stacks up his chips.
He's buying me a drink for that.
Nabil doesn't seem to mind losing his chips at all. And he's going to fold his 5-2 offsuit in the small blind. Well, a couple of people on Twitter, including Sean McCabe, say that listening to you commentate and talking strategy brings me back to your Poker Savvy Plus videos. Guess I got my start in the commentating business doing strategy videos for Poker Savvy back in the day. That would have been about 2007 to 2010. For a brief period, I did a few videos for Lego Poker, which I believe has joined the Ivy League. Now I just hang out and do the commentary with you guys during the WPT live stream. But it certainly helped getting experience doing a solo run during those Poker Savvy videos. Sometimes you would turn one on when you were midway through a tournament, and you would alternate between your tables and discuss what was going on in each one and why you were making the decisions you were. But we'll get into that a little more following the break. These guys are going to take about 10 minutes, hang out, socialize, and run to the bathroom and everything. But for the time being, they are going to take a reprieve from the table. We're going to come back to 15,000, 30,000, and more action on the WPT live stream coming up.
Peter, we're going to color up a little bit. We're going to take off all the art, okay? Thank you. We're trained professionals.
I know you are, so very much.
So if you got every round, need 10 of diamonds? I've got 10 of diamonds? No.
Yeah, I might be today.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Behold, the Fantasy Sports Hall of Fame presents Arlie Gonzalez. Average guy, superior sports knowledge. Picked a team in minutes. And won enough to throw the party of a lifetime. In outer space. Former accountant Derek Bradley. DraftKings One Day Football took him from a guy with holes in his underpants to a guy with bikini models in them.
This guy's a total gangster.
How do they do it? They ever tell you their secrets?
DraftKings.com. They have one-day games, so you're not locked in. It's like a new season every time you play. And best of all, you could win a shipload of money. Play for the largest one-day cash pools in fantasy sports. We've already paid out $40 million, and we're still playing through the postseason. Use promo code POST to play and get a free entry. Get to DraftKings.com now.
There are plenty of options when it comes to playing poker online, but all poker sites seem to offer the same boring things. That's why the World Poker Tour created ClubWPT.com. Whether you want to play for fun, compete for badges and trophies, or win real cash and prizes, ClubWPT.com has exactly what you're looking for. Even though ClubWPT.com is not a gambling site, you can win real cash and prizes, including seats in televised World Poker Tour events. Once you register, you can play an unlimited amount of poker without ever worrying about losing money. ClubWPT.com is the perfect place to hone your skills, try new strategies, or simply play a fun game of poker with friends. So if you're looking to enjoy a fun, exciting poker experience, join ClubWPT.com today. Fun, exciting poker from the World Poker Tour. Play now for free at ClubWPT.com.
My DNA is what wrote my path. It made me dream, and then made me fearless enough to chase it. My DNA is what brought me here, to the point of realization. I didn't choose this, it chose me. My DNA is my destiny, my calling, and I listen.
Fantasy Poker Manager. Draft your teams and poker pros for the biggest international tournaments. Join the official WPT Fantasy League. Challenge your friends. Try and reach the top of the leaderboards and become the best fantasy poker manager. Play now on Facebook. FantasyPokerManager.com.
The Best Bet Poker Room has been wonderful, and the whole entire city's been really sweet to us. We went to the beach, we did a bunch of surfing and playing in the water. The beach was beautiful, the sand was great, the water was amazing. Clark's Fish Camp was definitely an experience that I will not forget. They had python, kangaroo, ostrich, venison, everything I could ever think of that you could possibly cut up and eat, they had it there.
Honestly, she's had like 17 gator toes. I'm really starting to worry here.
Jacksonville, Florida is an amazing place to visit. You'd be so surprised at all of the incredible things they have to offer, and the Best Bet Poker Room was perfect.
Hi, I'm Mike Sexton of the World Poker Tour, here to tell you about our membership site, ClubWPT.com. It's not a gambling site, but it is real poker. In fact, you can win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes each month without risking any of your hard-earned money. Check out ClubWPT.com today and join me and tons of other players for great poker action and exciting tournaments. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome to poker's most exclusive room. A seat at this table will cost you at least $100,000.
I'm all in.
Wow.
But it could earn you millions.
So lucky.
I'm vicious.
This is WPT Alpha 8.
If we chop this one, I won't complain.
I want that hand.
The set miner strikes again.
All right, rebuy time.
You want me to fold, right?
I don't care, whatever you want to do.
Fine, I'll call.
I've actually been playing 5 times a day.
You're playing more basketball than poker. Follow all the high-stakes poker action with top-notch commentators Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet. Alpha 8 travels to some of the most amazing places in the world. I mean, where else can you do this?
I didn't even see it.
Yeah, think fast, bro.
And now, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. It's time!
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Well, we are back for the WPT live stream brought to you by DraftKings. We are just coloring up some chips here at the final table. We are about to be playing 15,000, 30,000 with a 5K ante, so we are getting rid of those 1K chips from the final table. Make sure we don't have small denomination chips spilling all over the place. Get a little messy sometimes. Meanwhile, on Twitter, Muckle Pahuja commenting on my remark that Doc likes to play the rush. Quote, "We like our heaters, Tony. Hashtag Brown Magic, hashtag Go Talk, hashtag Kit Kats." So Muckle Pahuja, a fan of the Doc, giving him some love on social media. Muckle, of course, having an outstanding year in tournament poker, and especially on the WPT. We saw him at the final table for the $10 million guaranteed at the Seminole Hard Rock back in August. We saw him at the final table up in Montreal, where he finished second. Derek Rosenbarger, we saw him at the final table. Where was it? I swear there was one more. Maybe it was a deep run. Was it a deep run or a final table? I can't even keep track with that guy. I know it was a final table at Bay 101. That was it. He had made the final table there. So really an excellent run lately from Uncle Pahuja. I believe he also made a deep run in LAPC, but did not final table. A pleasure to spend time with on the tour. Real gentleman. Also, guys, we've been talking to you about ClubWPT.com throughout the broadcast. And we also now have our Club WPT World Championship VIP Experience Sweepstakes. Now, what is the winner going to get of this drawing? Well, they're going to get a 3-day, 2-night trip to earn one guest for Atlantic City, New Jersey, to attend the final table of the WPT Championship, including preferential seating and an opportunity to meet members of the WPT cast and the players. They're going to get round-trip airfare to Philadelphia, 2 nights, dual occupancy, accommodation at the Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa, the beautiful Borgata Hotel in Atlantic City, plus ground transportation from Philadelphia to Atlantic City. Approximate retail value of that package is $1,750. How did they enter this contest? They visited a Club WPT booth at a live event and entered their details to receive 1 entry into the sweepstakes, and they were limited to 1 entry per person. So we are about to do the live drawing here, and we will notify our winners. So you see me mixing up the bucket here, get everybody in there. We don't want anybody losing out on their opportunity. And we are going to close our eyes as we draw out a winner. And our winner is going to be Brian Templeton. California is going to be our Club WPT World Championship VIP Experience Sweepstakes winner, Brian Templeton, California. So we are going to get in contact with him through the email that he provided at the time of entry. The WPT accepts no liability for any winner whose notification is not received for any reason, and the winner has 10 days from the first date of notification to claim the prize. So Brian Templeton, if you're out there listening, or if some friend of his is listening, get on your email and check for us to be contacting you. You are our VIP Experience Sweepstakes winner. For everyone that played, thank you. From ClubWPT.com, as we told you before, for just $19.95 a month, you can compete for $100,000 in cashes and prizes and the opportunity to win and play your way to an actual WPT main event final table. Now, we've had guys from Club WPT do it before, and there's no reason you can't do it. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. And there is our tournament director, Jesse, finishing up the color up at our final table. The Doc was steamrolling this final table for much of our time so far, but he recently doubled up James Calderaro, who held ace-5 on deuce 5-5-6 against the pocket sevens of Nabil, who was not able to find a miracle 7 on the river to knock out James. And so James, who came into this final table second in chips, but bled down for a while, has now managed to regain that position. And when they return to action, they will be playing 15,000, 30,000. Take a moment to talk to you guys about what's coming up here on the World Poker Tour. Just 2 days from now, on March 27th, we are having an $1,100 million guaranteed event with 3 starting days in Montreal. That's a WPT national event, and it is the Canadian Championships for the Montreal segment of our tour. So that's going to have $1 million guaranteed prize pool, 3 starting days, $1,100 Canadian buy-in, and that goes through the 27th of March through April 1st in Montreal, which has given me an excuse to go up to Montreal, which I love. That is one of my favorite cities in North America and really the world. And I'm just going to keep hanging out there for about a week after, because I just can't get enough of Montreal. Now, following that, both I and the World Poker Tour will be heading south back to Florida, though this time it'll be at the Seminole Hard Rock in South Florida. That is Hollywood, Florida, outside of Fort Lauderdale, where we have the $5 million guaranteed with a 3,500 re-entry event. So they had a very successful $10 million guarantee, which got a nearly $12 million prize pool. Back in 2013, that was the one we talked about Muckle making the final table of. And that event is going to run from the 9th to 16th, I believe. Hold on, I want to say, is it 9th through 16th or 10th through 16th? I believe it's the 10th through the 16th, but I'll make sure on that before I tell you guys again. And then, of course, we have the WPT Championship. It's April 21st through 26th. It's a $15,400 buy-in and re-entry event at the Borgata. This is the first year we've held it at the Borgata, and we're very excited for it because we are expecting strong numbers there, as they always draw a crowd and do an excellent job of promoting the events. And for the first time in a while, we'll have people satelliting into that event from both, Party Poker and Borgata.New Jersey, as well as DraftKings, who's going to send at least one player to that event. So we look forward to seeing all of you during the rest of our tour, and that'll be it for this season, before we lead into the next one, which I'm sure will kick off in the late summer. But we're going to take a little break here before the players come back, and then we'll be back in action.
Tonight's winner will be the champion, who will be the last man standing.
Can I use my one time?
And the first man to buy drinks at the bar.
And he moves in. For the first time in 12 seasons, the WPT's championship will be coming here to the Borgata.
Tickling the foot of the poker god. Bam, Mike.
Hi everyone, I'm Mike Sexton. I want to invite you to the Season 12 WPT World Championship right here at Borgata.
I think every WPT should be held at the Borgata.
That was Mike Sexton inviting all of you to the WPT Championship, April 21st through 26th at the Borgata in Atlantic City. One of my favorite hotel casinos to play poker in. That has become the epicenter of poker on the East Coast. It's an outstanding stop. As I said before, they do an awesome job of attracting big numbers to their fields. So get yourself there in late April for what promises to be a premier event. Meanwhile, we are back in action here at Best Bet in Jacksonville. 15,000, 30,000 with a 5K ante. Peter Lee on the button. Holding ace-8, he's going to go to 65,000. Caldo in the big blind, holding ace-king. Any moment now, he'll say raise. And he's made a big re-raise here. He's gone to 345,000. Now, unfortunately, I think this is one of those raise sizes that somewhat transparently tells your opponent you have a hand that's big and strong, but not nutted, not among, the top 2 or 3 hands. Because you see people with aces or kings, they tend to make a smaller re-raise because they want to keep their opponent in the hand. Whereas when they have ace-king, pocket tens, pocket jacks, that sort of next tier of strength, you sometimes see players make this really big pre-flop re-raise. So that if their opponent continues, the money just goes in pre-flop, and they don't have to make any awkward decisions after the flop. So the re-raise does win the pot for James Calderaro, but perhaps the sizing clued his opponent into his strength, though it doesn't terribly matter when Peter Lee has ace-8, and we know that he's unlikely to invest a lot of chips pre-flop with that kind of holding. Well, here, Brian Green has open limped on the button with ace-7 suited. He's got about 20 blinds to start the hand. It's the first open limp we've seen from him so far. If you are going to open limp a hand, ace-7 suited is a pretty cool hand to do it with, especially if you're going to get a jack, 8-5, 2 diamond flop when you're holding diamonds. Meanwhile, the dock flopped a pair of 8s, and Caldo, with no pair, no draw, is going to fire out here. I have to say, I'm not a big fan of this bet. I think it's going to be pretty difficult to get 2 of his opponents to fold on such a coordinated texture, and there's not really any turn card that helps Caldo such that he can continue firing, except perhaps a 7. Meanwhile, I think we'll probably see Brian put all his money in, and he is all in here. And both players quickly fold, so the open limp of ace-7 suited from Brian Green is going to work out very nicely there. Picks up nearly another 10 blinds to add to his stack. So for a while, this was really just the Nabil show. But in the last orbit or two, some of his opponents are accumulating those chips that he had amassed in front of him.
Tried to buy it, he got screwed up. He tried to buy it after I tried to buy it.
But both he and Caldo still talking it up, having a good time at this table. Brian, pretty quiet, pretty conservative. James with the button, Jack 10 suited. He's going to 80,000. Nabil with a queen 10 in the small. He's going to come along.
When doesn't he make the call?
Peter with 10-6 offsuit in the big blind. Hasn't folded yet. But he does eventually let it go.
Checks. You don't like the flop? Yeah. You don't like the flop? I don't know. I like it. If I hit,
So we'll go to the flop heads up, and it's Jack 7-3. Caldo acts very quickly, fires out with his top pair, 130,000. Doc will let go of his queen high, and Caldo gives him a free show. So kind of friendly at this final table, especially between those two. A lot of free shows going on. Doc has given us several shows during the course of this final table.
That's why she wants to see it. You did that with that? She's a poker player. She wants to know what's going on, right? She's the poker player. Whisper in my ear. Didn't you read the bio? My favorite poker player.
And Caldo says, "Didn't you read my bio? That's my favorite poker player over there," referring to his girlfriend, Lily Coletto. She was indeed listed as his favorite poker player on his bio sheet. Now, while Caldo does have a WPT championship, 3 final tables now, his largest cash came in the World Series main event where he went deep and cashed for $600,000. I believe he made the final 2 tables, if I recall correctly. Now here, Caldo opening first to act with the king 10 of diamonds, gets a call from Brian in the big blind with jack 7 of clubs, leading to a 4-4-6 rainbow flop, connecting with neither player.
Did you get it right yet?
Brian checks. Looks like Caldo will follow through, which leads to a fold from Brian, and Caldo takes down another pot. No free show this time. Things not quite as friendly with Brian as they are with Doc Nabil. And these 15,000, 30,000 blinds to force the action from our players a little more. Of course, Nabil's still very deep, over 100 big blinds, but Peter, only a bit over 30 now. He's got a jack 7 suited here. He's going to raise it up. Over to Brian in the small blind. Looks like our RFID detectors failed to pick up his cart, so we're going to have a mystery hand, but he's all in. Peter quickly folds, and Brian will take down that pot. We got an ace something.
You want to see his fold? Good fold, good fold. Everybody got up and watched him fold. I thought I heard it fold.
So the ace mystery card of Brian Green takes down that pot. Peter quickly folds his jack 7 suited. Now back with Brian on the button and ace deuce. Well, our tournament director, Matt Savage, says, give a shout out to Caldo using his nickname, given by Lily Coletto, quote, "Blueberry Love Muffin. Hashtag too cute, hashtag aw." That is not the nickname I would have picked for Caldo, the nightclub owner, the investor, a Florida rounder. But I guess when it's coming from your girlfriend, it's going to be a little softer sounding. So I think when the two of them get on the phone, she greets him with, "Well, hello, Blueberry Love Muffin." Although I haven't been privy to one of his phone calls at the table, so I'll listen for that in the future. Meanwhile, Doc Nabil completing out of the small blind with 8-6 of diamonds. Peter checking 9-2 offsuit, leading to an ace. Ace, queen flop. Nabil checks. We'll see if Peter decides to fire a little bet here. Yes, he does. Nabil gives up, so Peter takes that pot. Well, ANS1 on Twitter asks, is Nabil calling and limping light not an effective strategy over the long term? No, I don't really think so, although it's worked for him so far at this final table. I think that it's going to put him in too many situations where his opponent both has the lead in the hand and has position in the hand and is allowed to make decisions where Nabil is at a disadvantage because he's got less information and is not the aggressor in the hand. I also think that it'll make it difficult for Nabil to maximize value with his hands if he is just limping and keeping the pot small pre-flop, but then allowing his opponent to dictate the action post-flop. So there's a time and a place for limping, and I kind of liked Brian's limp on the button there with ace-7 suited, though I probably would have just raised. But I think that limping hands like 10-9 offsuit and queen-7 offsuit will not show a profit over the long run. Although, thus far, it's worked very nice for our chip leader. And as you can see there, Peter and Brian both hanging around 30 blinds. James Calderaro at 55. Nabil at all the big blinds. I'll let Jack 5 go here. Now with Peter and his Jack 9 suited on the button. Brian with a pair of 4s in the small blind. Like I said, they're both around 30 blinds. He's going to call. Fortunately, I don't think 4s play very well, about 30 blinds effective out of the small blind. If you're set mining, you don't really have the implied odds necessary to justify it against a button raising range. Meanwhile, James Calderaro with a pair of 8s in the big blind, going to raise it up here. I like this re-raise. Both of his opponents have a stack that he can comfortably get all in against with his 8s pre-flop. He's made it $235,000. Peter in the tank now, weighing his options. I imagine he'll settle on a fold. If he was deeper, I think he might call. He will let that hand go. Now to Brian. And I think this spot illustrates one of the difficulties with calling hands like pocket 4s out of the small blind when you're hanging around 30 blinds. In the event someone else re-raises pre-flop, you of course can't call and just see a flop and evaluate, as your hand plays very poorly in a re-raised pot, particularly out of position. And if you want to back jam, you run the risk of your opponent being so committed that they fold nothing against your pair, and so you will be flipping at best. So Brian showing us why just calling small pairs out of the small blind around 30 blinds is not really an advisable play. I wouldn't have minded if he decided to 3-bet pre-flop, be it to all in or 3-bet small. But I think calling just doesn't quite work out at this depth often enough for it to be the best play.
Want more information? I can hear you. You look up the table.
Caldo talking to him in the middle of the hand. Brian really thinking this one over. I would imagine if he intends to play this hand, it's going to be for all in. It would really surprise me if that were not the case. It's kind of a weak hand to back jam. Oh, wow. That shows what I know. Brian just called, and I do not like this play one bit. This is far too much money and percentage of your stack to be investing with a pair of fours. And the flop, ace 3-3. Brian checks. Caldo quickly bets what looks to be about 300,000.
Call makes it 225,000.
2.25. Brian is wondering how he got a third of his stack in with a pair of fours out of position. Brian shaking his head, wondering if he's been sucked out on this flop. We know that's not the case. Caldo looking very comfortable. And Brian gives up the pot, so Caldo will take that one down. A nicely played hand by our WPT champion, James Calderaro. You know, he was slipping for a while, but following his double up against the dock, things are going well for Caldo. Here you see Mike Sexton in the audience at the Monster official headphones of the World Poker Tour bar. Mike Sexton, perhaps poker's greatest ambassador, a real class act and universally beloved by his coworkers. Here today to observe this final table and congratulate the eventual winner. Brian here with a pair of fives on the button. He's down to 20 blinds again. And he's just going to go all in. So he's open shove for 20 blinds with a pair of fives. Not a bad hand to open shove for 20 blinds, especially when you've got the dock and the big blind, who's so prone to calling pre-flop. And fives, of course, can be rather tricky to play post-flop. So I think it's probably a few too many blinds to just open shove, but I really don't mind the play. And if I were going to open shove 20 blinds on the button, pocket fives is exactly the kind of hand I would do it with. Brian, under the gun this hand. Folds around to Nabil in the small blind. He's got an ace-10. He's going to 70,000. Peter quickly folds 10-5 offsuit. No takers. So the dock drags his first pot in a little while. The Monster Bar, quite populated. Fans of the game, Royal Flush Girls Brittany and Ivy. And of course, Mike Sexton. Caldo under the gun here. Let's go with an 8-4 suited. To the dock, on the button. He's gonna limp an ace-2 offsuit. As I've said before, I would much rather see him raising situations like this than limping them. Peter completes in the small blind. Brian checks the big with 7-6, and we go 3 ways to a flop that gives Brian a double belly buster straight draw on 9-5-3. Gives Doc a gut shot to the 4, but we know that would actually make a bigger straight for Brian. And Peter is more or less whiffed with his king high. So Brian will bet. Doc will call 40,000, and Peter will fold. Turn is a 3, no help to either player. Brian checks. I like that Brian doesn't continue to try and bluff here. We know that Doc is not a big folder. It's 55,000 from Doc, and you know, I think that was a small enough bet that Brian could have called and gone to a river. I know that there were 2 flush draws out there, which could potentially provide some reverse implied odds in the event that he completes his straight on a card that completes a flush that the Doc has, but still facing such a small bet and with a hand that's rather concealed in the event that it does get there, I think I would have paid another 55,000 to see the river. A little surprised that Brian elected not to. But he has leaned conservative today. He avoids further trouble there with his 7 high. All over to Peter on the button. Got a 7-5 offsuit. Opens it up to 65,000. Caldo in the big blind with ace-10. Let's take a look at Peter's stack, see what he's playing against. Some players would just go all in here. I think that's probably the play I would make. Calling is fine, of course, as well. And it's an ace-king-9 flop. Well, I imagine Peter will follow through with a bet. And, of course, Caldo will go nowhere.
You check, Doc? I guess you check.
Caldo talking again. In the middle of the hand. Talking to Nabil and not his opponent. Peter stays quiet. Caldo will make the call of the 70,000. Turn is a deuce, no help to either player. Everyone checks when we go to a 9 on the river. So a pretty good run out for Caldo, but nothing that will get him paid off from the 7 high of Peter Lee. So he mucks his hand. Caldo drags another pot. For a little while, it looked like Caldo might just drain all the way out, but now he's above 2 million and has 70 blinds, while Peter Lee and Brian Green are running out of room.
Up poker, right? No, definitely not poker. I like that, Brian.
Action over to Caldo in the small blind. He's got a Jack-5. He's just going to let the Doc have it.
You read my cards like a book.
You guys are a little slow.
You know, we need each other very well. Twice in a row.
So the Doc takes a walk. He's got that king-size Three Musketeers bar, as we explained earlier. Doc's nickname is Kit Kat because of his love for Kit Kat candy bars. A friend of his wanted to bring him one for this tournament, but instead just got him a Three Musketeers bar. And it's been such good luck to him that he's decided not to eat it until this is all finished. Well, Brian is all in for 560,000 with ace-jack. Doc has a pair of 7s in the small blind. And he's going to make the call, so Brian is at risk. Peter folds 10-9 suited, and the cards are face up. Brian's going to need to connect with this board. He's going to be our 4th place finisher. The flop is ace-10-9, and that's exactly what Brian Green was looking for. He's in great shape to double up now. Turn is another ace, and so he now only needs to dodge a 7. The river is a deuce. Brian Green will double up. He was reduced around 15 blinds. Now he's going to have over 30. I guess he had almost 20 blinds for that shove. Excuse me, more like 18. That he open shove. So we saw him open shove 5s for 20 blinds, 7s. Excuse me, ace jack for 18 blinds. He was called by 7s, managed to win the flip. So Nabil, who was running away with this, had over 5 million, taking a couple of hits, both times with pocket 7s. First to James Calderaro, and then his 7s lose against the ace jack to Brian Green.
I think I gave most of it back to you.
I know, you gave it to somebody else. Did you?
275.
You only gave me a little bit. You still owe me some. Oh my God.
And the setback doesn't seem to have discouraged Nabil's personality. He's going to open up 7-3 suited here in the button. Over to Brian in the big now. He's got a pair of 2s.
You remember it? My God.
No, lets out one of his first smiles at this final table. And he's going to come along. So we go to a flop, and it's Jack 8 deuce. So Brian has flopped bottom set, but not a lot Nabil is connected with, and he doesn't even continuation bet. Turn is a 6. I'm a little surprised to see Brian check again. As I said before, Nabil, not the most aggressive player here, but he's going to take a little stab at it. He's made it 55,000. Brian check raises. It's 125,000. A tiny little check raise here. Nabil quickly folds his 7 high, and Brian takes down that pot. It's going to be hard for him to get a lot of value out of that set against the Doc's 7 high.
Good hand.
Brian looking for a little love from the audience. Not going to get it. Only has himself to clap for.
I'll give it to him. At least he can trust his bank. Make my break laugh.
Action starting with the Doc. This time he's the one with the deuces, and he's going to limp it. We've discussed a few times before. I think the Doc is prone to limping too much. This being one of those cases, four-handed play does not lend itself to much open limping. Peter here, contemplating playing his 6-5, lets it go. Brian calls. And Caldo checks in the big blind with Jack 6.
Now you come up with the 7, don't you?
Ace Jack 7.
Now you come up with the 7. Check.
So Caldo's Jack 6 takes the lead on the flop. The 4 helps none of his opponents. Brian going to bet out here with no pair, no draw. Gets a call from Caldo.
I bet you're going to give him one more 7.
And the river is a 3 of hearts. It completes the flop flush draw, but helps neither player. Both players check. Caldo will take down another pot, this time with second pair. So Caldo, right in the rush here a little bit. Making some hands, winning at showdown.
Good hand, Doc.
It's one thing to win 2 WPT titles in a season, but it's another to do it within about a month span of time.
Make mistakes with your name. That's the only Peter. That's it. Nobody else.
That's exactly what James Calderaro might accomplish here today. Florida Poker has been very good to him.
Man.
Remember, guys, our sponsor, DraftKings.com, is holding the $1 million guaranteed bank shot tournament tomorrow. For $500, you can give yourself a chance at scoring a 6-figure payday by drafting a fantasy NBA team in one of the biggest NBA fantasy tournaments ever held. It's going down tomorrow, and you can still satellite in for as little as $2. There you see on our graphic, DraftKings, one of our recent sponsors here on the WPT, and we're very happy to have them. I'm a big fan of their site myself.
Nice man, nice man.
And I just can't wait for football season to come back because that happens to be the sport I know the best. But I think I might take a fascination in baseball just so I can play a little more fantasy because I've been missing it. Meanwhile, Brian under the gun here with a pair of kings. Looks like he's going to 75,000. Caldo now with Jack 10 on the button. He's going to come along. The Doc comes along with King 10 in the small, and Peter might come along too with Ace 5 suited in the big blind.
All right, let's have a family pot. Family pot.
The flop is 8-6-3, so the pocket kings of Brian still looking very good on this flop. I'm very surprised to see him check this flop. I don't understand that in the slightest. I really don't know what he's doing.
I check.
And the turn is a 7, which gives some outs to the Ace 5 of Peter and the Jack 10 of James, but the kings of Brian still in the lead. I think that having 3 opponents in the hand is way too many to give a free look at the turn, especially when there is a flush draw out and you have a hand is so strong that it can play a big pot on the flop, assuming too many players don't give you action. So Peter bets 135,000. Brian calls. It looks like Caldo might come along here as well. And Caldo calls. He's got a gut shot to the 9 and 2 overcards. I think this is kind of an ambitious call here by Caldo.
Give me a 7.
River card is a 9, and so Peter Lee makes a straight with the 5, but Calderaro makes the Jack high straight with his Jack 10. Both players check to Caldo. I think he'll bet, and Peter will call, if I had to guess as to how this hand will finish out. And Brian will get away from his kings, and he could have avoided this whole fiasco if he had just bet the flop. It's 325,000 in a very annoying situation for Peter Lee. The flop flush draw got there, and he has the bottom end of the straight. So a mere 10 will beat him here. Earlier on, we saw Caldo not bluff when he had a gut shot and an ace high that got to the river that did not connect when the flop flush draw got there. So you wonder if Peter is thinking back to that hand and remembering that Caldo didn't bluff. Peter almost folded there. Sure what he's thinking of doing here. Almost looked like he was going to put his stack in the middle, which would be absurd. It's one thing to call, but to raise, I think my head would explode.
Call.
And Peter does call. Oh, that's why he looked like he was putting his whole stack in the middle. That's 325,000 is basically his whole stack. So Brian is going to fold his kings reluctantly. Caldo is going to take down this pot, and Peter is going to be crippled and have just 100,000 behind. And so he is devastated to see that his 9 high straight loses to a Jack high straight. Difficult situation for him on the river there. And that's his buddy John behind him saying, "You play so bad, Caldo." The Jack 10 of Caldo, with kind of an optimistic peel on the turn for 135,000, found its gin card on the river and has crippled the stack of Peter Lee. He's now got about 3 big blinds remaining.
You think I'm betting?
That's probably the worst you could play team is 4-handed.
Peter doing a good job of containing his frustration. Disappointed by the minuscule stack sitting in front of him. Well, Peter putting the rest in, and the small blind. Going for 60,000 is what it looks like. So he's all in with 9 deuce against the 5-3 suited of Brian. And the flop is Jack 7 deuce, so he's got a pair, but he needs to fade 5s, 3s, or a running straight or flush. Turns a king, and so he can just dodge a 5 or a 3. He'll double up. It's a 10, and so Peter Lee started this hand with just about 60,000. Will double up, but he is still in desperate, desperate straits. So the other 3 players, Sharks, circling the blood in the water of Peter Lee. There you see 145,000 for Peter. Everyone else in 7 figures.
I would call with douche for all too.
Assuming Peter does not pull a miracle comeback, soon we will be down to 3-handed, and Brian will be our short stack.
5,000 Annie, 1530 of the blind.
Peter releases his hand there. Brian with a 7 in the small. He'll complete. If I was Caldo, I might just go all in with everything that was a bad hand here and just know that Brian can never call. But instead he has ace-jack, so I think I would make a smaller raise and try and keep him in. But it looks like Caldo's going to go pretty big here. He made it 140,000. He's gone nearly 5x. A little bigger than I think I would go here with ace-jack in his spot. Probably just make it around 90 or 100. Brian releases his a7. Caldo gives him the free show. A lot of cards being flashed at this final table. Caldo stacks up more new chips.
You lied. Yeah, big hand to the security here. Big hand. Big hand. Oh, they're only here for you. But it's big hands also, they deserve it.
Well, I'm not sure who was getting the applause that time. Here, Peter with the queen-6 suited. He's all in for his last 5 blinds. Brian's right behind him with a pair of 4s. Looks like he's going to make the call.
Go ahead, Pedro.
Caldo folds. Doc comes along with king-3 suited, so the diamonds of Peter are covered by the king-high diamonds of Nabil.
Yes, sir.
And the flop is 8-6-4. So while Peter has a pair, Brian has a set, and he's going to bet out here. The Doc folds, and Peter finds out he is in bad, bad shape. He's going to need running full house. Otherwise, he's our 4th place finisher. Turn is a jack of diamonds. That's not going to do it, and the 9 of hearts is irrelevant on the river. Peter Lee is our 4th place finisher. He's going to collect $63,682. I think he played a good final table here today, but he really just did not have the best cards. He was fairly conservative, and unfortunately for him, he missed a big opportunity to win a big pot when he folded the best hand against the Doc. And queen 6-3, 2 diamonds. He folded ace-queen in a 3-bet pot against the king-queen of Nabil when he check min-raised in a 3-way flop pot. Peter, some rough hands to think over from that final table. Caldo here with a pair of kings on the button. Brian now our short stack. He's hanging a little over $1 million.
Raise 115. Caldo will raise 115,000.
Caldo with a pretty big raise here, going up to 115. Caldo also showing some variation in his open raise sizing. Most professionals prefer to standardize their raise size, so anyone who's paying attention can't read into the strength of their hand based on the size of their raise, but of course there are some players you should absolutely alter the size of your raise against. And I think the Doc would be one of those guys I would do it against. I don't get the impression that he's paying a ton of attention to bet sizing.
Yeah, I know. I mean, too heavy.
I think he's here having fun,
Gotta be just like that, right?
paying a lot of attention to the strength of his cards, but I don't think he's considering too thoroughly exactly what someone's bet sizing means in relation to their strength. You know, he calls here on the button with King Jack. Again, I think that's more of a raising hand than a calling hand. Brian with a Jack something, a Jack Jack. Let's raise it up. And we know the Doc is not folding once he limps. So a heads up pot going to the flop. And it's King 9-5. The Doc has outflopped a pocket pair again. Both players check, and I do like this check behind by the Doc. Very hard to get sucked out. Turn is a queen, which won't help him get paid off, but I'd be surprised if Brian snap folds, and he's going to prove me wrong in snap fold. Gives the Doc a little free show. I think the Doc showed a king. So a very honest pot right there.
You knew it. You knew it.
You knew it, says the Doc. Brian did a very good job of not losing any more chips in that pot once the Doc outflopped him. As you can see, Doc now only slightly ahead of James Calderaro. Brian has about a third of their stacks, sitting a little over 1 million. Brian with a King 6 suited on the button.
Brian folds.
A little surprised to see him fold that hand. That's a pretty strong hand on the button in a three-handed game. That seems too tight to me. Caldo with an ace-queen in the small. He'll raise it up, and Nabil will fold his 5-3 offsuit. Caldo takes down another pot pre-flop. Although I think that Brian's fold was too tight. He would have gotten some trouble there, facing the ace-queen of Caldo.
But I did. I don't want to dance with no good hand. Are you alright? Yes, I am. You know.
You see the monster bar behind our final table there. They are the official headphones of the World Poker Tour. As I said before, I received a pair, and I've been very happy with them ever since. Listen to them all the time at the table, on the plane, in the cab, in the gym, wherever I am. I've probably got my monster headphones with me. James here on the button, raising it up 3x with an ace-7. No takers in the blinds, so he'll drag another pot. Well, I can't tell you all how excited I am to head to Montreal, Canada tomorrow. The next day is the Spring Poker Championships up there. It's an $1,100 buy-in with 3 starting days and $1 million guarantee. So somebody is going to buy in for $1,100 and go home with probably $200,000 to $300,000 Canadian dollars.
You call him Doc too.
And I'm going to take my shot at being that guy. So far, I haven't had any luck in Montreal, despite the very soft and very large fields that they tend to attract there up at Playground Poker Club. But I always look forward to my visits to Montreal. Great people, beautiful city, beautiful women. Can't tell you enough about that. Meanwhile, Brian here just called in the small blind with an ace-jack. Getting a little tricky out of the small blind. Flops top 2 pair, fires out a bet, and gets a snap fold from the Caldo, whose 8 high wasn't going anywhere. Remember, guys, if you want to help me do a little commentary here today, as I am alone in the booth, you can tweet at me. My handle on Twitter is @BOND_18. So if you have questions, comments, sarcastic remarks, criticism, just fire a tweet my way and we'll read it out on the broadcast. Assuming it's not laced with profanity, in which case I'll clean it up before I read it. Brian here with ace-9 on the small, excuse me, on the button. Makes a raise to 75,000. No takers in the blinds, so he'll drag that pot. Brian, the used car dealer, done a good job of keeping himself out of trouble today. My only real criticism of his play so far is that he's actually been a little too conservative. But otherwise, Brian showing us that he belongs at this final table. Caldo will fold the button. Doc completes in the small with 8-5. And Brian checks his 9-5. The flop is Jack, 6 deuce, 2 hearts, so neither player connects. And they both check. A little surprised to see Brian check behind there. I think it's the kind of texture that Doc will check fold pretty frequently. But on the turn 6, both players check again. And on the River King, I think both players will... No, the Doc is going to try and steal this one. And he's going to get away with it. And as it turns out, he was pipped, and so that bluff gets the best hand to fold. It's a little bet, but it takes down that pot. There you see our chip counts holding kind of steady right now. Players trading small pots back and forth.
You too, yeah. Poor me and Brian have no view.
Well, the Caldo here takes a little walk in the big blind with his 6-4 offsuit. Came into this final table with about 1.5 million in chips, managed to double that since. Drained a lot of those from the Doc, the local dentist, the singing local dentist. Now with Brian on the button, he's got an ace-king. He's going to 75,000. Caldo making his first light re-raise of this final table. He's 3-bet 10-5 suited to 225. Brian almost immediately all in.
It's over, Don't waste time.
Well, Sir Skibo78 on Twitter says, can someone tell Brian Green that he left the sticker on the bill of his hat? Thanks. See there? Brian representing Texas. I believe that's a Texas Rangers hat, if I'm not mistaken. I've been wrong before. Caldo raising up the ace-queen to 80,000. Now with Doc in the small blind and a pair of eights. Be interesting to see how he plays this pre-flop. Announces call. Brian will fold 9 deuce. The flop is king 10-3. Both players check. A little surprised to see Caldo check behind there. Not an unreasonable play. He's going to go ahead and delayed continuation bet on the turn. And Doc doesn't believe him. Going to come along with his eights. The river is a 4. Doc checks. Caldo has that look on his face like he's going to give up. He says, you're a hard man to bluff, which is a good read if you ask me. The Doc is a hard man to bluff. I think if I was in Caldo's position there and I had checked back on the flop, which is fine, I probably would just continue checking back and try and get the showdown against the Doc, because the Doc is, as Caldo said, not a big folder. And I think that he's probably not going to fold any paired hand to 1 bet following a check on the flop. So I think if I were in Caldo's shoes, I would just check down my ace-queen if I didn't feel like betting the flop, which is a reasonable option, especially against somebody who you've been a little buddy-buddy with and will probably let you get to showdown without too many attempts at bluffing you out. Here, Brian gonna raise a7. Last time we saw him limp it and fold to a raise. This time, he's gonna raise it himself. I have to confess, this is not really the kind of hand I like to raise from the small blind. It plays so awkwardly out of position post-flop. But here he's flopped a pair while Caldo has flopped an open-ended straight draw on 8-7-6. So it's a bet from Brian and a call from Caldo. I would also probably check this flop in Brian's shoes. Now, Caldo completes the straight on the turn, quickly reaches for chips and fires 225,000. Brian folds. I do think that Brian had a pretty nice hand to check that flop with. There's not many turn cards where if he bets the flop and gets called, his life is easy. Whereas if it goes check and the pot is kept smaller, there's a lot more possibilities on the turn that allow him to get to showdown. For example, if he gets a club, then he has a hand that can very easily get to showdown. Sometimes he can bet, sometimes he can check call. If he gets, of course, an ace or a 7, he's improved. If he gets a low card and the flop would check, he can feel fairly confident that his 7 is good, and then I think he can bet for value. But when he bets the flop, I think Caldo will appeal with a combination of hands that are better than his and a combination of hands that are drawing, many of which will probably bet on the turn and or river if Brian checks and if awkward cards come out. So I think I would prefer a complete pre-flop from Brian, and had he not completed, I would prefer a check on the flop. But he does get away with the second best hand. It's James Calderaro straight. This time it's Caldo with the button. Running smooth today, playing well. Feeling good, despite his lack of sleep. He's made it 75,000 with a Jack-10. As we mentioned before, Caldo went out for a fish fry last night. Seemed to have come down with something, perhaps a piece of undercooked meat, and had food poisoning. Spent the entire evening throwing up into the toilet. Always a nice mental picture. And here, he decides to call the re-raise from Brian, who's holding a pair of queens. This isn't really a hand I call many re-raises with. Jack-10 suited, surely I would call, but that doesn't matter because it's Jack-10, 5, 2 spades. Brian has said all in, Caldo has said call, and Brian is at risk. He's going to need to improve. Well, you got to feel sorry for Brian here if he gets eliminated. He played his hand well, and he's played a good conservative final table and put himself in a good position to win a big pot, but instead he was just out-flopped. Turn is an 8, so he gets some additional outs. He can get a 5, an 8, a queen, or a 9.
Let's see the river.
9, 5, 8, queen.
It's a 3. That's not going to do it. Brian Green is our third place finisher. James Calderaro gets another knockout, and Brian will collect $86,043 for his efforts today. And yet again, James Calderaro is heads up for a WPT title in the state of Florida. That's his third WPT final table, his third in Florida, and the third time he's gotten heads up. And he and the doc embrace for a friendly hug as they go into the heads up match here. Now our levels will be reduced to 30 minutes once we get cards underway. Heads up. And this should make for a very interesting match between the charitable dentist, Nabil, and the Florida investor and tournament professional, James Calderaro. All right, guys. We're going to get everything set for you heads up, and before we do that, we're going to take a short break. So we'll be coming at you with the conclusion of this WPT final table soon.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Behold, The Fantasy Sports Hall of Fame presents Arlie Gonzalez. Average guy, superior sports knowledge. Picked a team in minutes. And won enough to throw the party of a lifetime. In outer space. Former accountant Derek Bradley. DraftKings One Day Football took him from a guy with holes in his underpants to a guy with bikini models in them.
This guy's a total gangster. How do they do it? They ever tell you their secrets?
DraftKings.com. They have one-day games, so you're not locked in. It's like a new season every time you play. And best of all, you could win a shipload of money. Play for the largest one-day cash pools in fantasy sports. We've already paid out $40 million, and we're still playing through the postseason. Use promo code POST to play and get a free entry. Get to DraftKings.com now.
There are plenty of options when it comes to playing poker online, but all poker sites seem to offer the same boring things. That's why the World Poker Tour created ClubWPT.com. Whether you want to play for fun, compete for badges and trophies, or win real cash and prizes, ClubWPT.com has exactly what you're looking for. Even though ClubWPT.com is not a gambling site, you can win real cash and prizes, including seats in televised World Poker Tour events. Once you register, you can play an unlimited amount of poker without ever worrying about losing money. ClubWPT.com is the perfect place to hone your skills, try new strategies, or simply play a fun game of poker with friends. So if you're looking to enjoy a fun, exciting poker experience, join ClubWPT.com today. Fun, exciting poker from the World Poker Tour. Play now for free at ClubWPT.com.
My DNA is what wrote my path. It made me dream, and then made me fearless enough to chase it. My DNA is what brought me here, to the point of realization. I didn't choose this, it chose me. My DNA is my destiny, my calling, and I listen.
Fantasy Poker Manager. Draft your teams and poker pros for the biggest international tournaments. Join the official WPT Fantasy League. Challenge your friends. Try and reach the top of the leaderboards and become the best fantasy poker manager. Play now on Facebook. FantasyPokerManager.com.
The Best Bet Poker Room has been wonderful, and the whole entire city's been really sweet to us. We went to the beach, we did a bunch of surfing and playing in the water. The beach was beautiful, the sand was great, the water was amazing. Clark's Fish Camp was definitely an experience that I will not forget. They had python, kangaroo, ostrich, venison, everything I could ever think of that you could possibly cut up and eat, they had it there.
Honestly, she's had like 17 gator toes. I'm really starting I'm starting to worry here.
Jacksonville, Florida is an amazing place to visit. You'd be so surprised at all of the incredible things they have to offer, and the Best Bet Poker Room was perfect.
Hi, I'm Mike Sexton of the World Poker Tour, here to tell you about our membership site, ClubWPT.com. It's not a gambling site, but it is real poker. In fact, you can win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes each month without risking any of your hard-earned money.
Check out ClubWPT.com today and join me and tons of other players for great poker action and exciting tournaments.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome to poker's most exclusive room. A seat at this table will cost you at least $100,000.
I'm all in.
Wow.
But it could earn you millions.
So lucky.
I'm vicious.
This is WPT Alpha 8.
If we chop this one, I won't complain.
I want that hand. The set miner strikes again.
All right, rebuy time.
You want me to fold, right? I don't care, whatever you want to do. I'll call.
I've actually been playing 5 times a day.
You're playing more basketball than poker.
And the crowd goes wild.
Follow all the high-stakes poker action with top-notch commentators Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet. Alpha 8 travels to some of the most amazing places in the world.
I mean, where else can you do this?
I didn't even see it.
Yeah, think fast, bro.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed. Girls, show us the money.
Well, there we see our money presentation here at the Best Bet Jacksonville final table.
Okay, we ready?
You're good with the camera, man. I'm not.
It's $206,041 going to our winner today. It's Nabil Hirezi, the dentist, versus James Calderaro, the investor, and previous nightclub owner, and of course, WPT champion. So there is about a $75,000 difference between first and second here. And as I mentioned, these are half-hour levels now. They are going to be playing, I believe they're going to play 20,000, 40,000 right now, but I could be wrong. I think there might be a little bit of time of 15:30 left, but we'll have that up for you in just a moment here. But this promises to be a very interesting heads-up match. Both these guys not afraid to splash around a little, not afraid to trade punches. Nabil, very unorthodox player, not a professional player. He's a professional dentist. As we mentioned before, he also has a charitable organization in memory of his niece. You can check out the foundation's website at www.rawand, that's R-A-W-A-N-D, Hirezi, Hirezi.org.
All right, we reach heads up here.
Every year, the foundation sends one student for a full year of study at the Department of Music Scholarship, which is the doc's passion, and one student for a full year of study at the Department of Criminology, which was his niece's passion. So if you'd like to help out that foundation, now you know where to make that happen. The doc, of course, will have the opportunity to help out the foundation himself following this final table.
Caldo raises to 95,000.
Caldo, meanwhile, going to 95,000. Now they are still playing 15:30 for a little while. And the doc calls with the ace-5 of diamonds.
Flop is deuce of spades, 9 of clubs, 4 of diamonds.
And the flop is 9-4 deuce, rainbow with a diamond.
Doc battles 105,000.
And Doc leads out here with his gut shot, ace high, and backdoor flush draw.
Caldo will raise it to 305,000.
Caldo making it 300,005. Doc calls fairly quickly.
Turn card, trade of spades.
Turn is a 3, so the Doc makes his straight. That is not a card. Caldo will be able to tell. Has given him the second best hand very easily. Though Caldo seems to sense that something is wrong about that card because he's not betting quickly.
Caldo bets 325,000.
Bets 325,000.
Doc announces all in.
Doc has announced all in. He's going for the knockout punch here. And that is a huge raise. He's moved in for about $3 million in total. Caldo, the big decision to make. And this is essentially the first hand of heads-up play, so can't remember if there was one quick one before this, but I think this might be the very first hand. Well, that 3 completes 5-6. It completes ace-5. It's, of course, quite possible that the Doc could have 2 pair here.
Don't look at my musketeer, okay?
I think if the Doc really wants to get paid, that's probably a little too much too fast going all in here. But then again, Caldo did represent quite a bit of strength by raising him on the flop when he let out.
Won the musketeer trophy.
I feel sorry for him. He's been going with me for the last 3 days.
Doc keeping up the chat during the hand. Sounds very confident. Caldo comes to the right conclusion. Gets rid of his 10s. Keeps himself in this tournament.
Always a big blind.
There you see Nabil. It's about $1 million over James Calderaro. Ruxton Atheist on Twitter asks, can they chop the cash and play for the trophy? Has that ever been done for a WPT event? Generally, when guys make deals at the final table, it's kind of done privately and away from the final table, so I can't comment on whether they've done that here today. I don't think so, as my guess is, you know, neither of these guys need the money enough that they would make a deal. But you definitely see that sometimes at final tables. It's usually something handled between the players privately, as the casino or the tour itself doesn't want to get involved. It doesn't want to be liable in the event that there's some kind of financial dispute between the players, but deals are not unheard of at final tables. I know that PokerStars in their stream has started to broadcast when players go into discussions for the deal. There's actually been a little bit of debate about that publicly, about whether deal discussions should be broadcast, should be shown to the audience, or whether that reduces the allure of the game. Not sure how I feel about it, really. I think it's kind of interesting to show an aspect of the game that was previously kind of left away from the cameras. Meanwhile, Caldo, flop top here, top pair here. Well, Doc flopped another gut shot. He can make the wheel again if he finds a 4, but instead it's a jack on the turn. Now the river is an 8 of hearts, so the Doc is completely missed. The flop flush draw does get there. And he's going to take a little bluff stab here, but I think Caldo's going to call with his ace, and he does in fact quickly call. So Caldo's going to take this one down, but it is interesting to see that the Doc did make an attempt at bluffing in this pot when the flush got there, and really he had a hand that cannot win at showdown. So although it's not a run out that's going to allow him to bluff out an ace very often, well, really ever, I do like that he took a shot at bluffing out the holdings that are better than his that would have checked back and won at showdown. So it didn't work out for the Doc that time, but I like the attempt. Well, Nabil Hirezi says she wants to give a little shout out. Excuse me. He wants to give a little shout out to his dad on the final table at the World Poker Tour in Jacksonville. The local dentist, hometown hero. Doc here, just calling on the button with the ace-6 suited. A little surprised to see that. Seems like clearly a strong enough hand to raise heads up. Caldo fires out with his top pair. And turns trips. So he'll bet again. And the second barrel gets Doc to fold. So Caldo collects another small pot. Shot of Caldo's support in the audience. His girlfriend, his son, his friend. A little of everyone here to support him.
You know me. I think he made a wheel. You know I don't. You've been playing with me for the last 2 days. I don't believe you. Why is it way too tense?
Caldo here, now at the button in 10-5 offsuit. Attempting to win 2 WPTs in a season. I was reminded earlier that While nobody has technically won back-to-back WPTs in the same season, Marvin Rettenmeyer won the WPT Championship a couple seasons ago and then won the opening event on the WPT the following season. So in a way, he's done the back-to-back. He won the championship at the Bellagio, and then I believe he won in Cyprus, if I'm remembering that correct.
Take more bitching than the rest of us too, I might.
That is Mike Sexton you hear in the background. Always a pleasure to have him present for a final table. The Doc completing in the small blind and on the button. Thus far, not doing very much raising in this match. We are now playing 20,000, 40,000 with a 5K ante. Caldo checks in the big blind, and both players check the ace-10-7 flop. Turn is a deuce. Neither player interested, and the river is a 4. And again, neither player is interested, so Doc's going to win this with queen high. It's a nice audience we have here at WPT Jacksonville today, as you can see. Nestled in close around the final table. And our final two competitors. Well, we already know that we're going to see James Calderaro at the WPT Championship this April 21st through 26th at the Borgata in Atlantic City. But we wait to find out if we'll also see Nabil Hirezi there. I'm not sure if he's the kind of guy who would invest $15,000 in a poker tournament of his own money. But in the event he wins this, he'll already have a buy-in ready and committed to that tournament. So if he ends up being our champion, we will see him there, and I hope to see you there. It promises to be a great event at the Borgata. Well, here on the button, Caldo has flop bottom pair. He's got a backdoor flush draw to the jack. Doc with a gut shot. He actually has 2 overcards over the bottom pair of Caldo, but he does not have an overcard to the king, of course. The ace comes on the turn. Caldo checks and calls a bet. And the Doc has made his straight on the river and fires out a nice, healthy bet there. And I don't think he's going to get called, seeing as the river completed a straight and a flush. And Caldo only had 5th pair at that stage, so he releases his hand, and the Doc takes down another substantial pot. So thus far, the bigger pots have gone to the Doc, and the smaller ones have gone to Caldo. As we saw, the Doc made his gut shot on the turn after Caldo raised him on the 9-4 deuce flop with his pocket 10s. Doc tried to get it all at once and went all in for $3 million over a bet of $300,000 from Caldo. Caldo got away. Doc here with the button. He's got an ace-5. He's going to complete. Caldo will check from the big. Well, as I mentioned, we are seeing a lot of limping. The flop is king 7-5. So Doc makes bottom pair. Caldo with a gut shot straight draw. And his bottom pair is going to win this pot. So guys playing pretty quick here. Acting rapidly. As I mentioned earlier, our sponsor, DraftKings.com, is hosting one of the biggest basketball fantasy sports tournaments, daily fantasy sports tournaments of the year. It's the $1 Million Bank Shot. That's going down on DraftKings tomorrow, and for just $500, you can take your shot at a 6-figure payday for assembling a team and then watching the games. Not too late to satellite in. You can can do that for as little as $2 on DraftKings.com. So if you want to take your shot at a real big payday for just watching sports, check it out. That'll be tomorrow. Doc here just folds queen deuce on the button. Caldo will take the walk. A few small pots being traded back and forth right now. And one of the questions we've received from the Twitterverse: what do you think of a shot clock in poker? There's been a lot of discussion of that lately. Well, I think personally as an online player, a shot clock is great, but then it doesn't really disadvantage me. I'm very comfortable with the idea of having, 30 seconds to make my decision. And I think it's to my advantage if everyone else has to face that as well. But I know many players really prefer to have some time to think things over. I know Jordan Christos won't appreciate the shot clock, as he mentioned last night, but I think at this point, with all the tanking that's been going on in live poker, an increasing amount of players would really like to see a shot clock instituted, and I think we may see that in some future events. Here, the Doc takes down the pot, the top pair of aces.
Go for them wheels a lot. That's suited cards. Good cards.
A lot of chatter going on in this heads-up match. Many matches that I've seen on the World Poker Tour. People are pretty serious by the time you get down the heads up, and of course many of them aren't really friendly to begin with because there's so much money at stake. But these two have had a very casual, playful relationship through the course of this final table, really enjoying the fact that they're competing for $200,000 against each other and against someone else who clearly plays the game out of passion.
Flop is a 10 of hearts, 4 of clubs.
Here, the Doc limps 6-5. Caldo raised ace-6. Doc called. Caldo follows through on a 10-4-4 flop, which wins him the pot. Caldo's been a regular on the World Poker Tour for a few seasons now. Well-liked player on the tour. Good sense of humor. Enjoys himself. Goes out a bit, socializes with the staff, with the other players. His girlfriend Lily, of course.
Yeah, I see that. The friendly club. Go ahead,
And he completes on the button here with a 7-6. The Doc checks in the big blind with queen deuce, and we get a 9-7-4 flop. Caldo with his middle pair fires out. Doc quickly folds. Caldo takes that small pot. Well, this is not our last event in Florida for the season. From the 10th through the 16th, we've got the $5 million guarantee at the Seminole Hard Rock in Hollywood, Florida. For just $3,500, you're going to get your shot in a $5 million guaranteed prize pool. And just a guess, but I think that prize pool is going to be well surpassed, just as their $10 million guaranteed was in August. So I'll be there, hopefully not firing too many bullets, but whatever it takes. Doc here, raising the button with his ace-deuce. Caldo, let's go of 9-5.
All right, what do you need? I've been bit before, but never the final table.
This time, Caldo with the button. He's got a king 8 of diamonds. He raises it up, and the Doc folds the worst hand in Hold'em, although, if you're talking heads up, 2-3 offsuit, worse. Has worse equity against any 2 cards. This time Doc with the button. He's got a real hand. It's ace-king.
Doc calls in the small blind. Flop is the 7 of clubs, tray of hearts, 8 of hearts.
Raises it up, and Caldo calls. Flop is 8 high. And just one bet is all it takes to get Caldo to fold. Well, there you see our Royal Flush girls, Brittany on the left, Ivy on the right. Both of them very approachable, personable girls. So if ever you come by a WPT event and you'd like to meet the Royal Flush girls, just come say hi and they'll be very receptive to you.
Everybody knows what I like, what I don't like. No secrets. I know where you live too.
Caldo this time with the worst hand in Hold'em. He's got a 7 deuce. He lets it go on the button. Doc will take a walk. He actually had an even worse hand, 5 deuce. Even worse for heads up, I guess. As we break down the semantics of the worst hands in poker.
If you're all good boys.
Now, this has got to be one of the most talkative and friendly heads-up matches I have seen in all my time with the World Poker Tour.
Yeah. None of us are welcome.
I love this. Okay.
I also like using the phrase all my time as though I'd been doing this for 40 years when in fact it's not even been 4. But it feels like a lot of final tables, especially when you're the one talking about it and not playing. Here, the Doc, limp calls 9-8. Caldo raises ace-queen, and we have an interesting queen 7-6 2-spade flop, so both players have connected. Doc with the open-ended straight draw. Caldo, top pair, top kicker. It's a bet of $115,000 from Caldo.
How many diamonds?
Value Bluff on Twitter says, how much do you think first will be in that $5 million guaranteed? You know, I think the prize pool will actually be more like 6 or 6.5 million. So I think first will probably be like 1.2, you know, 1.3. It's going to be a great tournament. Wow, both players checked the 8 on the turn, and they checked the, what just happened? Both players checked the river, but Doc made his straight to the 9, and I almost wonder if he wasn't quite aware of what his hand was because he checked back the second nuts on the river. Almost makes me wonder if Doc really just thought he only had second pair as opposed to a straight and didn't recheck his hand because I don't see any reason he would check behind there. And while he's playing friendly today, he's not playing that friendly. So a very, very strange hand there. I have no idea why Caldo didn't just bet the turn. He's got a great hand there, and he should be protecting against the 3 straight on the board and really getting value against worse pairs, worse queens. And I like his check on the river, but I don't know what Doc is doing checking behind. That was a very confusing sequence of events. Well, here, Caldo with a 9-7 raises on the button, but Doc with a pair of kings in the big blind. Fiddles with his chips and announces raise. He's made it 390. Caldo will fold, and Doc takes that one down.
You gotta get a new name, Doc, because my name's Doc, too.
Caldo says, you gotta get a new name, Doc, because my name is Doc, too. I don't think I've heard Caldo called that one before, but maybe there's a backstory I don't know. As far as nicknames go, as we told you before, Matt Savage tweeted, give a shout out to Caldo using his nickname given by Lily Coletto. He's her, quote, blueberry love muffin. So that's one of his many nicknames. Caldo now with the button and a 9-deuce offsuit. He'll let that one go. Doc takes it down without a contest. These guys are playing for $206,000 up top. Second, taking home $133,000. Meanwhile, Doc folds 7-3 on the button.
Sorry, boring you guys? Don't have enough action?
Caldo asking the audience whether they're getting bored. You want to see a little more action? Some players never address the audience at a final table. Caldo does it every few hands. I like his showmanship. Caldo calls here on the button with Jack 6. I don't think I've ever seen so little raising heads up in a tournament. There's an awful lot of limping going on. Doc checks this queen 8-8 flop with his 9 deuce and quickly gives up.
Let's give it a hand. We see the flop. Right, Doc. Thanks, Doc. Way to go, Doc.
Caldo winning sort of a sequence of small pots right now. Those are our updated chip counts. It's 4.8 for Doc to 2.8 for Caldo. So losing a little ground during the course of this heads-up match, mostly from Doc making better hands than him, and Doc really missed an opportunity to get some value there when he rivered a straight with his 9-8 and never bothered to bet it. So he completes the 9-8 here. Caldo will check, and we get a deuce 4-5 2-diamond flop. It's a bet of 100,000 from Caldo with the 5-3. Doc calls, just 9 high. Caldo will check a king on the turn. Doc will check behind. I'm not quite sure why he's calling flop bets if he doesn't want to try and bluff at this pot at some point. You know, the river king doesn't change very much. Caldo fires out a value bet. I think that's a nice thin value bet by Caldo there, but it's not going to get called. Doc gives up his 9 high.
Sir, you are now correct. Yes, sir, you are the small guy. That's why.
Yeah, he had a problem with that button a couple years
It's
ago.
all right. We all have problems with this.
Action back on Caldo with the 7-4 offsuit. He'll complete on the button. Doc raising the 6-5. Takes down that pot with what is actually the worst hand.
That's action.
Guys, mind if I sit down?
Seat open.
Doc here with a queen 8 suited on the button. He'll just call. Caldo will check in the big blind with 4-3 offsuit. And the flop is queen jack 5, so Doc making top pair, but Caldo doesn't have anything he can pay off with. He'll just quickly fold. Don't forget, guys, one of our sponsors, ClubWPT.com, where you, for just $19.95 a month, you can compete for up to $100,000 in cash and prizes, including seats and packages to World Poker Tour main event stops. You'll get airfare, hotel, and an entry into the main event, and we have had players qualify from ClubWPT.com and get all the way down to the final table. See if you'd like an opportunity to do that for just $19.95 a month. You can never lose a dime playing poker again. It's ClubWPT.com. Back on Caldo with the button. Completes with a 10-7. Doc checks his 7 deuce. And we go to a king jack 6 flop. Doc checks. Caldo bets. And Doc quickly folds.
Keep playing the big ones.
So Caldo winning the small ones. Doc winning the big ones. Thus far, that system has treated Doc better.
Get in.
Doc here with a queen jack. He completes. Caldo will raise a king 3. Goes to a 125 more. Doc sort of cringes and calls. And the flop is 10-8-7, 2 hearts. Caldo checks. Doc checks. Turn is the 5 of diamonds. Still no pair for either player. Caldo takes a shot at this. It looks like Doc is going to get sticky here. He's got a gut shot to the 9. A couple of overcards to the board. He calls the 175,000. River is a deuce, so both players miss. And if Caldo checks and Doc bets, he'll get away with it. Let's see, is Doc the kind of guy who wants to fire on this river? Yes, he is. It looks like a bet of $500,000. And when you've got only queen high, this is a pretty good spot to bluff because you'll get hands like king high or ace high or weak pairs to fold. So the Doc shows his queen high bluff and gets away with one. So yet again, Caldo winning the small ones, Doc winning the bigger ones. Up to nearly $5 million again.
I know you're gonna love me still, right? Absolutely.
He says, I know you're gonna love me still, right?
Oh my God. But I know where you live.
I did, didn't I? I apologize.
No. Oh my God. I thought the friendship is...
Well, at 904 Poker on Twitter says, great to see two guys having fun playing cards rather than hiding behind hoodies and sunglasses. Does remind you a little of the televised poker of yesteryear, where people were more concerned with showing off their personality and having a good time at the table than they were with making the optimal decision. Of course, I understand why poker evolved that way, but I think in a way something has been lost for the viewer. Certainly the casual viewer who doesn't understand exactly why players are making the decisions they are or can appreciate the nuances of the game. Well, here, Doc is rivered 2 pair with his 5-4. Caldo's queen high. Not going to give him a contest. Doc this time with the button. Final table. It's gone very well for him. Nearly ran away with it in the beginning, but he dipped back down for a while. And now in this heads-up match, it's really getting into a groove. Making hands at all the right times. Caldo here with the button. He's going to complete 9-2 of hearts. Doc going to add more with King Jack. He's made it 165. Caldo calls that raise, and both players flop a pair on Jack 9-3, and both players check their pair. Now turn is the 3 of hearts, so Caldo now picks up a flush draw. And this time, Doc is going to bet his hand. And we know Caldo is not going anywhere. Quick bet and a quick call of $250,000. And the river is a 7 of hearts, so Caldo makes his flush on the river. Looks like Doc gonna try and get a little more value here to the tune of $250,000. How much does Caldo want to play his flush for? Caldo has made it 600,000. Doc quickly calls. And you'll find that his hand is no good. I think that river call by the Doc is pretty optimistic. There's not a lot of hands worse than his that Caldo will raise for value. There's really no hand worse than his Caldo will raise for value. And I don't think that's a spot where Caldo will be bluffing very much. Plus, many of the more obvious draws got there, including the backdoor flush draw and the flopped straight draw to 8-10. So while I like that the Doc went for a little more value on that river, I think he's spending his chips poorly by calling that river raise. Either way, Caldo wins the first substantial pot of this heads-up match. Takes a dent out of Doc. This will be the last hand of this level. Doc folds, and so we are going to be playing 25,000, 50,000. Little applause for Andrea, the dealer. Great staff here at Best Bet in Jacksonville. Action with Caldo. As I said, we are now playing 25,000, 50,000 with a 5K ante. Caldo completes 9-5. Doc will check. King 5 in the big. And it's a 7-deuce-3 flop. Caldo bet, I want to say 50,000? Or was it Doc who bet? I'm sorry, I missed the flop action there exactly. Either way, Doc bets the turn for 75,000 with his king high and king high flush draw and takes down that pot against Caldo.
You can clap for Doc too, honey. You can clap for Doc.
Caldo says, Lily, you can clap for Doc too. A lot of love between these two heads-up players. Two Florida locals. One up here in Jacksonville, the other down in South Florida. Doc folds his king 4. Caldo takes a walk with his king 5. Caldo wondering about the next break. And they say one more level.
We went up 2 times. You know what I'm saying?
May need a bathroom.
3 hours.
Caldo completes on the button here with the 7-5. Doc will check out of the big blind. Not sure about his hand right now. The flop is King Jack 5 and gives Caldo bottom pair. Caldo bets. Doc folds. Caldo takes another small one.
He's very strict. Yeah, Daniel is very strict. He's actually not. But his father told him. He don't care. He knows it's going in. I ain't going nowhere.
Switch over and take it.
Yeah.
Doc now with the button. We've got a 7-5 of spades. He completes. Caldo will check 8 deuce. And both players slightly connect on this 9-7-5 flop, but of course much better for Doc, who's made 2 pair, whereas Caldo just with a gut shot, and he'll let his hand go very quick. Dealers here doing a fantastic job, getting as many hands in as possible. Nothing but kind words to say about the staff here at Best Bet in Jacksonville. run a very nice operation, and this has been a great spot to play cards over the years. Caldo completes Queen 6. Doc checks King 10. And the flop is 7-6-5. So Caldo with the second pair here. Doc will check. Caldo will bet. And Doc wants to see one more card. He's got the King of Spades. Turn is a Jack of Diamonds. No help to either player. And now, Doc will lead out here. Caldo immediately calls, so Caldo does not give much credit to the leads of Doc. And the River 7, not an ideal card to bluff here, but we'll see whether the Doc follows through. Looks like he's going to bet very small, and I don't think 200,000 into 710,000 is going to get a fold. So one problem we've seen with Doc's bluffing so far is he's often undersizing it, though he did get away with a nice one when he fired 500,000 into a pot of about 650. But here, 200K is not going to make Caldo fold two pair into a pot of 700,000. So Caldo makes the call, wins the pot. Nice call down there. There's Lily, who apparently color coordinated with the Royal Flush Girls today.
We have to be sure that we call it or not call it.
So I put it right here, I guess.
No, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it didn't look like.
Well, if your hand beat me, I wasn't calling.
Because your hand is on the right side.
You got all the moves. 50.
Yeah, put the move on.
Doc, I believe, completed with Jack 10 on the button. Caldo checks 10-3 in the big. And the flop is ace 6-3. So Caldo making bottom pair. Now, Rudolph Tootin on Twitter says, friendly is one thing, but not using the chip advantage or buttons sometimes. This is going to last a long time unless they hit a cooler. Yeah, I have to agree with you. The way these guys are playing right now with all the limping and small betting post-flop, I think we could be in store for a pretty long heads-up match. Unless there's some kind of large cooler hand. Then again, the Doc not scared to get his chips in the middle in the event he believes he has the best hand. We've seen him call off all-ins from other players at times when it was very unlikely that he was going to have the best hand, but as Caldo says, you're a tough man to bluff. Well, here, Caldo with his gut shot. Excuse me. Caldo with his 10 high bets, and Doc with his gut shot calls, leading to a 7 on the turn that helps neither player, which they both check, leading to a 3 on the river. And so the Doc has completed his straight again, but he checks, and, yet again, he gets to the river, makes the best hand, and fails to get any value. Clearly here, he was not going to get value from 10 high, but it's not the first time we've seen Doc make his hand on the river and not bet it.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody play 9-4 quite so well. Nice play.
Sometimes I get crazy. Wheel.
The audience
I was born at midnight.
talking to these two players, as you can see. James Calderaro, now our chip leader, following that hand where he called down Doc's bluff.
And I'm still open. What am I? But she was proud of me when I was born.
Doc here with Queen Jack.
I made a 50. Oh my God.
He completes. Caldo a 5 deuce in the big.
Oh, go ahead.
Tells the dealer to run him. Gives his opponent a pound. Well, the flop is 5-9 Jack. Both players make a pair, but Doc's is better. So Caldo will call the bet of 75,000. Turn is a 7.
How can you kid twice?
Caldo checks. Doc bets. Doc will take that one down.
I know you can.
Shows him the Jack. Lets him know, yeah, I had you.
Baby, that's why it's not the right time now. It's not good for TV. I know what that baby picture looks like.
You know, I don't think I have ever seen a heads-up match where the two guys seem to enjoy each other's company so much. Both these guys are having a blast. What is that, a vodka Red Bull, perhaps? Sitting next to Caldo?
I feel like you have a great card to send.
Yeah.
I know.
Caldo here raises ace-10. Doc folds king-7.
I feel it.
You gotta change the shirt on the
And Doc says, no, I gotta feel it.
I know when you have a good hand, man, I can smell it.
I can feel it when you have a good hand.
green one.
Doc raises here.
What do I have you think?
Yeah, Doc. King. 4. Gotta be 4. You gotta make a wheel.
So a few small pots being traded back and forth.
Did you say you're not
Doc building a little momentum.
It depends on my position.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, position. You know that. Come on. My position. It's position. That's what you play. What a card.
Action with Caldo here. He's got a queen 5 on the button.
Let's go.
He completes. Doc checks 5-3. And the flop is 7 deuce deuce. Doc will check. Caldo will check behind, leading to a queen on the turn. So there's Caldo's pair, but he's not going to get any action here. So a quick fold from the Doc. Caldo drags that small pot.
I know. Tell me about it.
No, you let the.
You know, sweetheart, I need some help.
I also don't think I've ever seen two guys talk to the audience so much. Kind of a cool show they're putting on for everyone in the crowd. It's almost like they're all playing the final table together.
All because of the waitress.
What do you mean?
I had a pretty big ace. Suited. Because of the waitress. At least with Paul.
Caldo with the button now. He's got a king 10.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing.
On the flop is ace, king 9. And Doc is flop top pair against Caldo's second pair. It's a bet of 150,000 from Caldo. Doc now makes the call. Leading to the 3 of clubs on the turn. Doc will check. Caldo will check behind. And the 9 of hearts on the river will make Doc feel pretty safe about his hand. Now, we know he has some kind of strange value betting tendencies on the river, but it looks like this time he wants to get some more money in there. It's 2 1/4. Caldo announces a call, and I don't blame him after seeing some of the odd small river bluffs we saw from Doc earlier. But this time, the top pair is good, so he collects a nice pot there.
don't know what you'll learn. You're not losing. He needs it. He needs it.
Now this time, just a walk for Caldo. Everybody with junk. Doc retaking the chip lead here in this match, following his ace-8 versus king-10 hand. Here, Caldo with a 3-deuce suited. He completes. And Doc will raise it up out of the big blind with his jack-10. Makes it 200,000. Caldo will fold, and Doc will take that one down. There you see our updated chip counts. Doc climbing towards a 1 million chip lead again. 85 blinds to 68. Quickly folds an 8-deuce here. He was just behind the 8-3 of Caldo. So no takers that hand. Caldo here with an ace-king, and Doc with a pair of 10s. First real setup hand we've seen of this heads-up match pre-flop. Caldo completes. Looks like Doc is going to raise it up. He's made it 150,000. Caldo going to re-raise. Looks like he's made it 550,000. This could be it. Doc is all in. Caldo calls, and we are going to have a coin flip for almost all the chips in play. Now, Doc does have Caldo covered, so if he wins this hand, he will be our champion. Otherwise, if Caldo wins this hand, he'll have crippled Doc Nabil. The flop is king 6-5, all hearts, and so Caldo takes the lead, neither player with a heart. Turn is the queen of hearts, so now a heart will chop this pot. Only the 10 of spades will award the tournament to Doc. It's the 10 of spades! The crowd goes wild! Doc Nabil is our champion. There's hugging and shouting. A one-outer on the river for the championship. Caldo embraces his opponent, being a great sport about it. Casino security comes in to try and calm everyone down. Mike Sexton is there to shake hands with everyone. What an exciting moment for the professional dentist. Doc Nabil Hirezi, in one of his first WPT events, actually his second event that he has entered, he is a WPT champion. He's been playing poker for 7 years. His prior largest cash was $24,500. This is a guy who got started just playing in home games and is now a WPT champion and a hometown hero and a miraculous river card that has awarded him this title. What an ending. Now let's see, what's he going to do with the Three Musketeers? Is he going to keep it or eat it? Now, as we mentioned before, our champion going to walk away with $206,041. James Calderaro, our second place finisher, taking home $133,764. He has a lot to be proud about today. Played a very good final table. Got his money in with ace king versus 10s and just couldn't fade the miraculous 10 on the river.
Plays back up. Plays back up.
And I don't think I have ever seen a final table audience react like this. I mean, I've seen some big celebrations, some jubilations, but I've never seen the crowd just swarm the final table. And that is a lot of hugging for one man. And the doc is elated. You can't say enough good things about someone who, you know, just carries themselves with such joviality, who's a charitable man, who apparently runs such a good operation as a dentist that most of the staff and many of the players here at Best Bet have become his customers. So very, very exciting result for Doc Nabil. Well, now we're going to go to Mike Sexton and have an interview with our champion.
Oh my God, I have to comb my hair now. Quiet, please. Quiet.
Well, we're talking to the Best Bet Open Poker Champion. Doc, what a job you did here. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
You came to this final table as chip leader. You battled your way down to heads up against the guy who came to the final table in second chip position. Quite a battle, quite a final hand. You actually had a one-outer on the river to take down the title here. But you won the race, you did it, and I can tell you, you got some of the best fans I've ever seen out here in the world.
Tell you the truth, I don't know what to say. You know,
I
I got into this tournament with a very lucky hand. Okay, and I knew if I go to the final day, they know I fight always. So, but I think, you know, without these folks here, I don't think I would have made it. You can play poker, you can be lucky, but the support sometimes gives you a chance to think even better when you play, and they kind of coached me how to do it. They just want me to play the right game, the right poker, and I suppose I did not put them down.
Yeah! Well, you made everyone here at Best Bet very proud of you, Doc.
Thank you. Thank
You're
you very
keeping
much.
the trophy right here in Jacksonville and all the money too, and everybody's cheering about that.
And that is what I wanted really so bad, is to bring it to Jacksonville, to be the first, and I hope we will continue doing it from now on.
One more time for our champion.
I told you I'm gonna do it, right? Where is Caldo? Oh my God, that's his bar.
Get us here for Caldo one more time. What a
You know, in a matter of fact, let me say something quick with no microphone. You know, I told the boss here, if you get me the right cameraman, I'm going to roll to the finals. Did I tell you that? Right. And that's what happened.
Well, there you have it, everyone. Words from our champion, Doc Nabil. We couldn't be happier for him here on the World Poker Tour. It's a privilege to watch him face Caldo heads up. And a big congratulations to a man who carried himself with a lot of class throughout the course of this final table. We'll see him at the WPT Championship coming up at the Borgata, April 21st through 26th. And like I told you earlier, if you want to play in the WPT National event, which is an $1,100 buy-in with a $1 million guarantee, you can come up to Montreal, Canada. That's from March 27th to April 1st. Until then, I will catch you next time on the WPT live stream. Thanks for tuning in today, and good luck on the tables. Have a good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.